PKA 6:30. Is Sam Hyde coming later? Is that what's up?
Yeah.
An hour in? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Believe
He'll be
so.
on his way.
This
Taylor?
episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew and Lock and Load, a couple of wonderful G-rated sponsors that
Fun for the whole family.
20 seconds now. Okay. They're cum pills, guys. They help you. They help you bust more. I didn't know there was a rule that we're not supposed to say bad words in the first 20 seconds.
Yes. Yeah, it's a new thing, and people are making fun of YouTube for such an easily circumventable rule, but that's where we are.
Well, I mean, you just wait.
4-hour show.
We're not circumventing it. We're following it to the T.
To the T, to the motherfucking T.
Yeah, no circumvention here.
No, not at all.
No, not
totally
at all.
Rational rules.
Taylor was telling us right before the show we were going to talk about something else, I'm sure, but Rick and Morty creator Justin Roiland, right? Like the main guy, just arrested for circumcising it. I don't know what you're talking about. Just arrested on domestic battery? I thought it was like Me Too at first. Like he.
That's what I thought. Somebody. Like literally, as I was telling you that pre-show, I was like, Justin Roiland's getting Me Too'd right just now. I meant I had just seen it right just now on Twitter, and then I was like, oh, I guess someone said he did something improper. But no, it says from NBC News, the star and co-creator of animated comedy series Rick and Morty, Justin Roiland, has been charged with felony domestic violence in Orange County, California, in connection with the 2020 incident, according to a criminal complaint filed in May 2020 by blah, 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 blah.
So the actual charges, it looks like, are domestic battery and false imprisonment. And the false imprisonment's the fun one, right?
Yeah, that's like kidnapping, but it's not like.
No, it's more like
less intense than kidnapping, right?
I don't know.
It's like saying you're not going anywhere.
That's
like, I'm getting out of here, and you're like, you're not fucking going anywhere, and you like shove her against the wall. That's what he did. It sounds
you're not going anywhere, lady. You got no chance. I'm too big and strong. I don't know about this. We're gonna get in trouble eventually. No, I made Rick and Morty. I write myself into the show. I'm a huge
show,
guy.
Man. I can't believe our podcast, but that was funny.
And it's these are charges, so we don't know.
Alleged.
These are alleged.
No, they're not alleged charges.
Because we are journalists, which means we have a responsibility to tent our hands and go, at these things.
First of all, we are journalists, like those old like journalists that you would think of that were like real journalists from 50 years ago. We're way bigger than them. Even us here, we are. Brian Gumbel, like how many views would he get on an average day? Is he a journalist?
Fucking loser.
No, I don't want to hear it.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, he's that black guy that tells you the news.
Like, I wonder. So nowadays, journalists, they graduated from journalism school. They have college degrees. I don't know if there's some sort of license or ethics thing they follow. But if you go back far enough to like the 1950s, I bet they were just high school graduates talking about news.
Of course they all were. Go back to like fucking Homer. Like I mean, how much accreditation did he have?
Homer, the guy from The Simpsons?
Yes, the guy from The Simpsons.
Homer
Simpson.
I wrote that poem.
He was an astronaut, Kyle. Don't besmirch his name.
I mean, he's a nuclear scientist. I don't know why anyone would besmirch them.
I can't say the word. I might have ruined it for you.
No, it's okay. Yeah, that kind of sucks about the Rick and Morty thing. I know you didn't watch, I don't know, the last 2 or 3 seasons or something, but I still love the show. Mm-hmm. And like this current season is very good. Like it's good. It's a top 3 season. And they've got like 6 or 7 now. Like this was a great season, I thought. I liked the show a lot. I liked several of the episodes. Were like, I don't know, top episodes of all time. I wonder what he did. I hate to hear charges because I've been the victim of charge. I've had charges pressed against me
because you don't know.
And it's like, and when you read them on a piece of paper, it's like, oh, well, don't call it that. Don't fucking call it that, man. Like explain what I did.
Yeah. If you explain it, it's kind of cool. Buying drugs, running a gun channel. Like
explain from my point of view.
Let me write it as an op-ed.
Like charge me with being rad.
Charge me 2 counts of being badass.
Being a tubular dude.
Yeah.
You know, like so
we sentence you to rocking on.
I scanned this article looking for this because I had the same desire Kyle did to know what he like a verbal description. It's not in here. it just tells you the charge.
I mean, if he just got arrested, like the wheels are fucking moving, right? This is some brand new shit.
There is a plea available, but they didn't detail what the plea is, and I guess he hasn't taken it because he pled not guilty.
Oh, I see. This has been long in the works. It surprised. I bet that he just showed up and like a lot. Well, since it's 2020, I doubt that they were like surprised this on him. I'm sure his legal team has been talking to theirs for a while, and I doubt they showed up to his studio and like slapped handcuffs on him. They did that white people arresting thing, like from the Chappelle show, where he like had an appointment to be arrested. That's what I did. I had an appointment. To be arrested. I showed up punctually. And
you were on time for your arrest.
They don't even put handcuffs on you.
Can you tell me more about your appointment? I thought they surprised you in the.
Well, that's the first arrest. I'm talking about the U.S. Marshals. Like when the U.S. Marshals are like, all right, show up at 10, next month, and we'll arrest you, and
Where'd
then
you
we'll
show
release you. It's some federal building in Atlanta. And that's when they like DNA'd me, like took a cheek swab and took my passport away. Like I turned it over to them. And I think that's about it as far as like fingerprints again. Of course I was on time.
You were late for a court date.
That wasn't my fault. Everyone explained that the prosecutor told the judge, he's like, just so we're all clear, this isn't Mr. Myers' fault. He wasn't fucking informed. Like, I was not late to shit, Woody.
Okay. All right.
I'm fully confident Kyle would have been on fucking time with his Sunday best on for every one of these things.
It's funnier to say, well, I was high.
I'm a drug addict.
No, what you're referring to was,
I hit someone on the way in my car.
Like what you're referring to in a normal person's life would have been the scariest thing that ever happened to them. But in mine, it was a Saturday that was rough. It wasn't a Tuesday or whatever. I wake up at like, I don't know, 9 a.m. in bed with my girlfriend. And I'm like, nice little lazy Tuesday. I get a call from the fucking courthouse in Athens, because that's where I think there's a federal thing there. That's initially where like the stuff was happening, and then they moved to Atlanta. Anyway, they're like, supposed to be in courtroom D, where are you? And I'm like, in my fucking bed, an hour and a half away, yo. But I didn't say it quite like that. And so I'm like calling my lawyer and his people and like everyone in my legal little sphere and everything. And what it turned out was I hadn't been informed, my lawyer hadn't been informed, and the prosecutor hadn't even been nobody knew that we all needed to be there that day. So it just so happens that they work in the legal field, so they're there, you know. But so everyone is very understanding when I show up an hour late to this thing, and like, and even the prosecutor told the judge, just so we're all clear, like, this man didn't show up late, okay? Like, I wasn't informed, his defense attorney wasn't informed, and of course he wasn't. So the only it was explained.
Then by the rules of Georgia, you are free to go.
I wish, but
that's how it works in college. Like if the professor's 15 minutes late, we could go.
But it's double jeopardy. We can't get appointments wrong twice.
But the whole process of me getting ready that morning and then driving there was pure terror.
I'm sure
because like, you know, I've been trying to like mind my P's and Q's this whole time, and now I'm an hour and a half late to like sentencing or something, like a major fucking thing. And so I'm just fucking getting no shower. I'm getting dressed as fast as I can, like brushing my hair and fucking, where's my belt? My good belt. No, it's not that one. That one doesn't fit anymore.
I need a sturdy belt in case this goes poorly.
Yeah, my rhinestone belt that says "girl toy."
I think I ended up going with no belt, and I hit it with my hands in front of me like this. I literally like couldn't find a belt. Like.
Clearly, this awful postured man.
Yeah, I think my suit and pants were slightly mismatched. Like it was a dark navy and a black or something like that, which is fine. But like I was driving as fast as you would think you wouldn't get pulled over the whole way, aggressively, terrified, leaned forward on the wheel with her next to me, going, "It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right." And there's me constantly calling people, constantly, so scared.
That was heart at like 130 BPM sitting down. You're so nervous. That sounds like a nightmare, man.
It's like, this isn't my fault. Nobody
That's
told
how Kyle
me.
did so well in the fucking fitness competition. Just 130 BPM resting pulse for some reason.
Did they not like explain? Did they not explain the extent to which you weren't in trouble up front? Like your attorney wasn't like, hey, huge mess up in the scheduling office. It's okay. Like you just get down here quickly.
I don't think I knew for sure that I was good because I couldn't get in touch with him either.
He hadn't been your lawyer.
See, he didn't know. He's in court with somebody else, or he's like, or he's driving and he can't answer the phone when he drives. It's a crime in Georgia. Your lawyer gets a fucking thing on. It's a problem, right? Like you can't have your criminal lawyer. So he's obeying the law. He won't answer his phone when he's in the fucking car. So I think some of that was part of the deal. In any case, in that fancy car I bought him. But yeah, I wasn't late for anything. I promise you.
Was there any wiggle room? Like when they told you show up at 10 for sentencing or to be arrested. Like if you or your lawyer had said like, we are going to be there. Can we do 11:30? Mr. Myers has a dentist appointment.
Oh, totally.
Really? You can kind of like stop and get a meal, like go to the arcade.
Well, see, like this, what I'm describing as arresting is like me turning myself over to the U.S. Marshals, and they take me into their custody, and they technically process me a little bit, but then they just turn around and release me.
You know what would have been fucking sick is if you turned yourself in wearing like spurs.
Oh,
like spurs and a vest. Chink, chink, chink.
So they have to take them away and put them in the box. When I went to prison, that would have been when I went to prison. When I checked in, I should have had like lots of accessories.
A bandolier of weapons.
so that when I'm released, they're like, rhinestone belt buckle, 2 water pistols filled with SpaghettiOs. Yeah. Those dried up, sir. Like, I'm just going through my random shit, and I'm nodding intently and taking each thing and putting it on. Yeah, I was never late for anything. I don't think, not that I can remember. I think there was a couple times when they fucked up their information and I didn't show up for a thing, but I never messed up. But yeah, the U.S. Marshals still have my passport. I guess it's expired, so no need to get it back. But I kind of want it back, but I don't want to talk to them.
It makes it easier to get another passport if you just have your old one.
Yeah, why?
I know it does, right?
I think that's true, but I'm not sure why.
It is
because it's like on the list of like, because I had to get a passport like a couple of years ago, and the list is like you can bring this, or your license and old passport, and it's like, damn, like if you don't have your passport, it's going to be a pain in the butt. Do you have everything else like birth certificate, like all that shit? Every time I need that shit, I have to find it, and then I lose it.
I have my original birth certificate. I'm looking at it, and it got sent to me. I had it sent to me the other day, and when I went to tear open the envelope, I tore it.
That sucks. I could see making that mistake.
Would you just straight through the middle? I'm not paying this bill from the public records department.
Fuck you, Mom.
Yeah, that's what I pictured.
Like birth certificate. No, it had like I tore it right at the top, like forgetting what might be in that envelope. And I thought it was like an Amazon. It was a manila thing. So anyway, I tore the edge completely off my birth certificate, and I'm not sure if it's even technically valid anymore.
As long as it's got all the good stuff on there, I think
it's got all the good stuff, but it's a tear right through the one of the edges is for 1.5 inches is torn off all the way down. But it doesn't matter. I'd like to get my passport back from those marshals, but
give them a call.
Yeah.
Hey, you remember me?
No, we didn't.
I'm that cool guy.
Now,
remember the rad guy in Georgia? Like that's me. I need my
tubular fellow you were.
I was about to drop a tubular. We were racing to it.
Yeah, I love that 90s Bart Simpson. Yeah, that 90s Bart Simpson talk. I didn't know it, but Bart Simpson T-shirts were banned in schools apparently in the 90s. I read that the other day.
Really?
What a bad boy the Bartster was, I guess.
Yeah, back in the day, like. Because the Simpsons, like early seasons, like would almost make fun of itself. Like, isn't it crazy how terrible of a child Bart is? Like, look at him disrespecting his teachers and making sex puns at adults. And then like 8 years later, South Park hits the scene and they're like, all right, I got it. It's kind of like, he's kind of like Bart, but they're like murderers. Like, they sometimes
he's
kill
a little people. But we sometimes kill people, kill parents, put them in the chili, and then what the fuck is the fat one's name on bombing?
Cartman. Yeah.
Cartman feeds it to his friends.
Well, they had that episode, right? And I guess that's what you're describing.
Yeah,
the crossover where Bart's like, I'm a pretty bad kid too. Yeah, what's the worst thing you ever did? I cut the head off a statue once and stole it. What about you? I killed this kid's parents and fed him to him in a chili. Ah, shit. He killed him.
Oh shit! I'm getting out of here. This the Bart character just leaves. Oh man, that's pretty cool. This one time, this kid pissed me off like real bad, and so I killed his parents and then I fed him to him in chili.
That's my favorite episode, by the way. Scott Tenorman Must Die is my number one favorite episode. It's when I show people South Park for the first time, I show them that one because it's just it's so awful, and it kind of like gets you set up for that. Cartman wins 95% of the time because he's just an evil. Because he's evil, and evil does win like 95% of the time, and so get set up for that. I know it's a great show. South Park is still good to me too. I like that they've got. Show. And dude, they're making so much money now. Those guys are going to be billionaires if they're not already.
I'm talking about good shows. I'm struggling to like Yellowstone. I'm trying. I'm into it. I'm watching it. I'm somehow invested enough that I really want to know what happens next. Yet every 5 minutes, I'm like, this is so unrealistic. Really, like cowboys are solving problems in this regard. All these cowboys are like Navy SEAL operators.
One is, which in itself
the rest.
Is a little bit sketch, like why this guy is a Navy SEAL operator cowboy. Like this guy's children, you have Bethany, who's a total badass. You have Lee, who's dead, but who was a perfect cowboy. You have the Navy SEAL, and you have the Harvard graduate. And these are just like his round of children. And he doesn't love any of them, it seems. Maybe
successful people have successful. I mean, to be fair, I bet what do Kevin Costner's real children do? I bet they all do cool shit, right? I bet if you looked at somebody who is like a billionaire guy who owns a quarter of a large state, I bet their kids all did some cool shit too.
In like the opening episode, how many people did Casey kill by the end of season 1?
Those motherfuckers.
He just happened upon a fucking rape van of some sort, and he killed 2 guys there. He mercy killed the meth guy as he was driving by, a meth lab blew up, so he mercy killed that guy.
Had to.
He killed the guy who killed his brother. We're up to 4 now.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're bad shootings, just that this guy sure does stumble across a lot of people that need killing.
I'm so with you on that point. I tell that to everybody. When I was watching it for the first time, I was like, I'm really enjoying Kevin Costner, but Casey needs to sit down and find a good TV show to watch at home, because every time he goes for a fucking drive, he murders a motherfucker, like straight up. Maybe he needs to put some like weaker ammo in his gun or aim a little lower or something, because he's just headshot after headshot. And it's like, I mean, they're all bad people, but take a few in, right?
I feel like I'm missing a few murders.
You are. He kills at least 8. There's one part where they have like a big shootout and he's just wiping people out.
It's the end of season 2. I just saw it last night. And you're right. I don't know how many murders he gets that night, but call it between the 2 raids, maybe 6. Casey alone.
Yeah, Casey's a real fucking stone cold killer. And
so's
Casey's
Rip.
Wife, they all are. Rip's my favorite character. I love Rip. I love Rip. Rip's why I watch the show.
I don't doubt it. Yeah, it's great. And aside from that, every once in a while I sit back and notice the actor that plays Rip does a great job. Rip is sometimes a tough as I'm sorry?
His eyes.
Oh, sometimes he's a tough as nails cowboy and he plays that perfectly. Sometimes he's sort of sensitive, and like when a little bit of a spoiler, Kevin Costner does something kind in his direction and it really touched his heart. Other times he's a bit of a love story going on with Rip, and every time I feel like he plays that chord perfectly. He's one of the best aspects of the show.
Man. He's a good man at the heart. I saw, so I'm not current
he's
on the show.
He's a little murdery. He takes people to the train station.
Fair enough. Those people need to go to the train station, enjoy your ride. I saw a clip from like some current Yellowstone. I'm not current. I'm a season behind, and it was Rip is at a bar, and a hot slutty lady kind of sits down next to him and starts hitting on him. He's like, I'm married, honey, and he points his ring. And she's like, I am too. And he goes, where's your husband at? She goes, San Antonio for the weekend. Where's your wife? Right over there, staring daggers at you. They look up, and there she is. Sure enough, she's staring right at him. And she goes, I'll handle this. And she walks up to his wife and goes, I'm taking your husband home for the night. And she smashes her in the head with a beer bottle and starts beating the shit out of her in a very violent, criminal kind of way. And Rick's just
Sounds like a cool
oh, shucks.
Dude, there's a scene.
She's my favorite. The redheaded chick that plays Kevin Costner's daughter. First of all, I love redheads, but she is exceptional. That is a beautiful woman. She plays in this other show, Britannia. She's on the like cover art with like some Celtic face paint and shit because she looks very Celtic. She looks like she's some fucking Northern Ireland fucking war priestess. I just want to worship her. Just want to lick those freckles. I'm a sexy lady. She gets top war priestess. She gets naked and season one or so.
We're talking about Bethany, right?
Oh, so fucking hot. Yeah, so pale.
She's below average attractive to me.
How can you say that? She's like Ginger Princess. She's so
all right.
hot.
I'll admit that from the neck down, she's flawless.
Oh,
although
I love that. I love that pale.
I suspect there's a lot of body double action going on, but I can't prove it.
Mm-mm.
You say maybe no. I don't know. I'm just like, man, every time this girl is smoking hot and naked from the back, they're showing her from the neck down, and I'm like, this feels body doubly to me, but I could be wrong.
Perhaps.
But she has this. It's worse than resting bitch face, and her lips are like oddly shaped and weird. They're super thin lips, but not. It's like her lips only exist in the middle, like some sort of 1920s cartoon. Oh. And as you get out to the sides, they're like thin, like a mustache. and I can we get a picture of Bethany from Yellowstone? I try to show her face, like something that's not too zoomed out, because her face to me is. Like she's a 3. She's a 3 whose head is on top of a 10.
How old is she?
Were you telling him not to do it?
I said, don't fuck this up, Zach.
That's actually, that's a better picture of her than I expected to see. It shows that I'm talking about a little bit, but mostly I find her lips to be a little sucked in, so they only exist in the center by that. Is this called a philtrum? Maybe Taylor always knows. What is the lump under your nose called? The little U-shaped channel?
That's a frenulum.
It's a frenulum.
Yeah. A philtrum. A frenulum's on your cock.
Damn.
Usually she only has lips right next to her philtrum, and then it's like nothing on the sides. But this is a decent picture. She looks pretty.
Yeah, she's got green eyes too. Super hot lady.
She's the main guy's wife.
She's Kevin Costner's daughter.
She looks better in this.
Yeah, so Kevin Costner's kids just imagine it in a different setting, and Kevin Costner would be the king, and his kids are like they fill the roles of princes and princesses in their own right because of their wealth, power, influence. I mean, his early on, Kevin Costner's like main squeeze is the governor. His girlfriend is the governor of the state. And she's hot. She's great. Yeah. Not as hot as that. Not as hot as that redheaded warrior princess, though.
No, the Bethany, the girl we just looked at. There's a scene where Casey's wife, who is the actual hottie on the show, according to me, gets mistreated in a retail situation. So she calls Bethany and she's like, I need help. Bethany comes down there, starts smashing every fucking counter and mirror in the store. She makes the sales lady strip down, insults her. She's like, I knew you back when you were given hand jobs for milkshakes in high school. And in the end, the sales lady has a tear running down her eye. She's exposed for wearing Spanx, which I guess make girls hotter. And I don't know. Bethany's badass. It's a good show, but it's not realistic.
No, it's a very good show. I wouldn't say it's realistic at all. But it's Kevin Costner's a great lead, and they're making an empire out of that show. You got to keep in mind Yellowstone is the flagship show, but they made that prequel, and that prequel was so good with that little slutty girl who dies from the doo-doo arrow. Spoiler.
Are there two?
Man.
There are 2 prequels. So what they're doing is they're showing this generational thing where how it began with the Dutton family and like they want at least 3 storylines going if they can. So they've got the OG storyline that I think is like fucking early 18. I can't remember the names of the show. The names of the shows are years, so it's difficult. But they've the new one with Harrison Ford and Helen Mirren, like I said, is a $500 million production that they've put on. It's the second or third most expensive TV show ever made.
Helen Mirren, she's alive?
And maybe not Helen Mirren. That's I could be wrong about that, but definitely.
I used to like her.
Good for her.
She was in that Tornado movie. Might have been called Tornado. I don't know.
You mean Twister?
I think I do mean Twister. Yeah.
Yeah, you're thinking of Helen Hunt.
Yeah, I like Helen Hunt.
I like Helen.
Who's this other
she
one?
Dead. She's alive also. Yeah.
Helen Hunt was an attractive woman at one time. She got topless in a few movies.
Whoa, she was married to Hank Azaria for a year. That's the guy who does Mo on The Simpsons.
He does more than Mo.
Way more than Mo. It's just he's my favorite character that he does. Yeah, but like, look at that. Helen Hunt was like star adjacent for a year.
Good for her.
With Hank Azaria. Wow.
I've never heard of Hank Azaria.
I bet she got to meet such cool people.
Hank Azaria could buy and sell Helen Hunt without noticing. Funny enough, because he's a voice actor on The Simpsons. Like, super successful show.
Yeah. I don't doubt that you're right, but
he does so many people and they need him.
This rings as like, dude, Helen Hunt, who is a former A-list movie star. She knows the guy that does the voice acting for Kenny. Huge.
He did Apu.
To be fair, the guy who does the voice of Kenny is kind of like a billionaire now. So he's kind of a big. I love that they're buying like real estate and other properties and expanding their whole thing. Those Paramount those HBO specials they're doing. I'm talking about Trey Stone and Matt Parker with South Park now, the voice of Kenny. Those specials that they did for HBO. I don't know what they were getting paid, but it was tens of millions of dollars each. And they just keep cranking them the fuck out. They're like, oh, wait. We can make an hour-long episode and you'll pay us $25 million instead of, a season of South Park. I don't know what they normally got paid for that. So I don't even know what their schedule is like now. I don't know if there are seasons of South Park.
It's going to be a 9-hour special.
Yeah.
Well, no,
for 90 million bucks.
The show like this, I haven't thought, and I haven't watched all the specials. I've only watched whatever their first 1 hour special was.
Watched them all.
I didn't think that was very funny. It's really the big shift in the times was Tegrity Farms. When they decided we're doing Tegrity Farms instead of South Park, I gave it a shot, and within like 3 episodes, I lost interest and was like, I get it. You guys are bored. You've been doing the same show for 20 plus years. Like, it must be weird to just.
I've
do
never
the same
heard
thing.
of Tegrity Farms, so maybe listeners.
It's the same. They know.
Yeah, they know. It's Randy's weed farm. They probably do. So basically, they took it and they made it so that it was no longer a show about South Park and Randy the geologist and the traditional characters and whatnot. It was extended outward and made about Randy's weed farm, Tegrity Farms, like, your Tegrity Farms, we got integrity, like that kind of thing. And once they did that, they deleted all track of that like one-off goofy episode format, which had kept me hooked for so long. And so, not that it's like bad now, it's just different, and it's not the kind of different I want. Yeah,
that's essentially what happened, I suppose. Because Randy does go off and go to Tegrity Farms, which is it's what he calls his weed farm. Then every episode, there's that whole thing where, oh yeah, you live out on a farm outside the city, like 25 miles. It's weird that you even still go to school with us, and it's like a whole weird thing. Mm-hmm. They've ended that, if I remember correctly, in the last special, that Randy's like they always sort of apologize through the characters. They're like, I just thought it was a good idea. The first special and I thought this could be better than the first one, and I thought everyone would love Tegrity Farms. It would bring us together and they're like apologizing.
I like that.
They're like, this shit sucked and it wasn't funny.
Yeah. So I think they're done with that. The last special was something about streaming wars, but they, of course they made it literal. There was a stream of water and it was a whole thing. A little
I got a topic. Zach, can you zoom in on me? Put me on camera. So I don't know how well you can see it. Right here, that like lump thing.
I can kind of see it.
My lighting sucks. I'm sorry. Anyway, so that's enough. Too much me. I went to the dermatologist today, and what I was expecting was they'd look at that. People probably remember, like, 6 months ago or something, I had that cancer, and they took it off my nose, and I'm cool. Well, I had my follow-up today, and I expected them to just sort of look at me for 3.5 seconds, say, yep, that's a nose, and send me on my way. That is not how it went. Instead, she's like, oh, look at this. You got some more pre-cancer on your forehead. Let's fucking buzz that off. And she has this, like, I don't know.
Deli slicer.
No, it was more like a pesticide can.
Kramer!
that shoots what I assume is Freon onto your forehead, and she's freezing the cancer off my fucking face the day of the show. And this is wonderful. And I'm like, so what is this like? And she's like, have you ever had remove a wart? And I have, but they use like a really cold soldering iron, and it wasn't a freeze can like this. And she sprays it, and it was like, it was like 30 seconds of this just burning my fucking face. And I'm like, oh, this is not what I wanted. So then she goes to my back. She takes 2 moles off, 2 samples of whatever. And she's like, look at this one. This is 4 different colors.
Oh, and you're all eat up.
She seems like she has a good attitude.
She's pretty cool. But and then like, look, this one. And she's like, it's so black. You make the blackest moles. I was like, I don't mean to brag, which is Slade.
Isn't that great when you just throw out like just a little joke at like the dentist or something, and you just get like a belly laugh, and it's like, damn, I'm the funniest guy to come to the eye store today. Like, watch out, everyone! I'm picking out frames. Like, funny guy coming.
But she took 2 biopsies and found a precancer, and I'm like, well, I'm starting to wonder. Not that I'm worried about mortality or anything, but I was like, I always thought I'd die from bad decision making, not cancer.
I mean, you did decide to be in the sun for all those years.
Yeah, when you look at it through that lens, maybe it's still bad decision making.
But you don't know yet.
Wear your sunscreen, kids.
These are all just like little checkup things, right? She's like, oh, that's questionable. Let's test that. Let's test that.
The moles were questionable. The forehead was pre-cancer, and the nose was actual cancer.
How did they know? Just through looking, she could tell.
Yeah, she's like, look at this forehead. Do you see how it's like scaly and rough? And she's having me feel it, and I was like, well, maybe if you're picky. And
would it bleed again? Like, was it something you could like scratch off and like bleed?
I didn't really notice it until she made me look at it. Like,
God damn.
This is scaring me.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm worried.
Are you sure there was some? How much? You sure she wasn't just bilking the insurance company?
Right?
I bet she just blew cold air on Woody's head.
Now it says computer duster, but trust me.
She tells me to close my eyes, and then I open up, and it's just her blowing.
It's just her going. Honestly, if there
close your eyes again, and I'll cut you in for half.
If there was a profession of medicine to get into where I feel like you could pull that shit, aside from dentistry, because I feel like they can do whatever and no one can push back because you don't know, but dermatologists, because if they tell me, hey, it's a couple $100 to get this mole removed right now and it's looking iffy, I am 100% doing that. Like 100%.
That's what it costs too. What did she bill you for the mole removals? Like, I know you have insurance, but like what did it like come to per mole? Did you notice?
No, I literally wasn't even exposed to the bill yet. They're gonna go through insurance, and I'll see what's left.
I think they were hitting me for like like maybe almost 200 a mole last time. Like, I wasn't eating up with moles. I think I got 2 removed.
Yeah,
like on my upper back and my shoulders, and I had another one removed when I was a kid. And there's still a scar there. There's like a little
indent.
Crater seems like the wrong word, but like, and it's like, oh, what the fuck? This is never gonna fill back in. Jesus Christ, that was 14-year-old chubby me on a fucking cold bench getting sawed on by that nurse who did not know what she was doing.
I had the same thing in my 20s. Today was a biopsy, so just a tiny scrape. I'm not gonna have a dent.
Can they just, if it's, I mean, the precancerous thing was a biopsy, not the moles they just knocked out, right?
The moles were the biopsies that they're sending off. The pre-cancer thing, she's convinced that the spray cured it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like that
she's got that magic spray. It's 1800 per minute. And Mr. Thirsty's coming in for the cancer.
He makes airplane sounds.
He's coming in for a strafing run. All that cancer's getting knocked out.
Them sending your mole stuff off to get looked at, now that seems ridiculous. It's like, just chop them off, right?
Oh, I disagree.
No. You got to go back for more. No, we got to go back.
Can't they just remove the whole thing and then test it? Like, you're not holding on to
that. Doesn't look as good. That doesn't look as good.
Yeah, I'm with Kyle on the vanity side. Yeah. I have 2 small like indents on my back from when I had moles removed. And she told me to come back and get 2 more removed. This is what I get in my 20s. And I was like, just so you know, I'm not doing that. And she's like, no. We can't take them all today, but we're going to take 2 more on another visit. I was like, you better take your favorite 2 right now because you're not going to, this is your chance. And that's how we handled it for 20 years.
For 20 years. Thank God she chose right.
Yeah, because if they if they take it off and make it cosmetically look good, but if it's cancer, they've got to go back and get clean margins. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense then.
So it's a more and it's not just about vanity. It's about how big of a hole do you want in your back today, sir? How many stitches would you like it to be? 1 or 4? That's what it's going to come down to.
So
and if you want the plastic
for a mole removal, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, my last one
Yeah. 4 is what she said for mine, but I got 0 this time. And if they're not cancerous, then we're done.
I need to go to a dermatologist. I probably need moles removed or something.
Yeah.
I never checked that. I had one removed when I was a kid, like probably like 7 years old. And I don't even think I needed to. I was like there with like my brother who had to get one. And my mom was like, yeah, take that one too. And I remember like my brother was like, I was probably 6. So he was like 4. And like the little knife came out and like the freezy implements and everything. And I remember being like, it's like, you're the big kid. Time to be brave. And I remember like I went first and I just like looked away while I like it was like on the back of my armpit area, not like in my armpit, on the back kind of shoulder. And she did that. And I remember just feeling like a little like nick and being blown away at how not painful it was. And like then I watched like my younger brother just like hyperventilating, that kind of crying where like it's silence from the child because it's so intense. And I remember like smugly at 6 looking at him freaking out and being like, pussy. Like,
you act like you're 4.
I was so scared, and I went from like terrified kid to like I'm a big boy in like 2 seconds. Got my sucker.
I had a similar fear, but I was worried my dick would get hard. She checked every inch of me. Like I said, I started thinking she was just going to look at my nose for 3 seconds and be like, why'd you even come here? That's what I expected in today's appointment. When they had me get down into just this fucking gown that's open in the back and she's inspecting in between my toes for trouble, I'm like, this is a level of inspection that
this is going to end poorly.
Did they check your asshole?
No, not my asshole. She did lift my like underwear and look at my butt cheeks.
But yeah, that's what I meant. I didn't mean like some guy who's like, all right, let's knock this out too, brother.
No, but she didn't remove my underwear, but she pulled the waistband up and looked under my underwear. Like that's how she did it. So that was the part I guess she was less thorough.
Kyle, you are muted. That was a fear of mine when I was like, you remember I used to like get yearly checkups when you were like, 11, 12, 13 or whatever. And I remember like being nervous going when I was like 12 to get like checkups because I'm like, God, the female doctor's going to touch my dick and I'm just going to have to focus. I'm just going to have to focus on not getting hard because like in my head, I was like,
someone doesn't get his health insurance worth.
I'm showing up hard.
Well, I was 12 and in my head.
For the show?
12-year-old Woody's popping blue chews on his way to the doctor's office.
She's like checking my balls and I'm like, spit on it, whore. 12 years old. She's like, your son's fine, but he's very rude.
I'm glad you don't ignore the dog. My balls on the dentist.
I just want to let you know.
Get in there, doc. What are you scared? just bullying the doctor.
You're my favorite. Like, the dentist and the priest don't pay attention to my balls at all.
In my head, the thought of being a 12-year-old, because you have no control over your erections whatsoever. I remember it was horrible in like 7th and 8th grade because like you'd sit down and then it'd be towards the end of class and you just get a hard on that's like the kind that like is mad, like an angry erection that's like oh fuck, this isn't hideable, and like panicking at the end of class. I remember like being afraid going into like my 12-year-old physical because in my head I'm like, this is a place of science. Like people don't get hard at the doctor's office. Like come on, like be a grown up.
That's
be an
for
adult.
The masseuse.
Yeah, and she was quick, And I did start to get hard, but it finished before that because, like, at that point, it's like, whoa, a 61-year-old woman touching my dick. Like, this is, more. It's the tally's gone from 0 to 1. This is great. Yeah, do you guys remember that? You guys just went into your checkups, like, yeah, if I get hard from the, or did you guys have male doctors?
I never.
Go ahead, Kyle.
I don't remember showing my dick or balls to anybody like growing up at all at the doctor. Like I don't remember any dick or ball examinations, if I'm being honest.
My dentist did.
It was like a pedo train. I can remember in like 7th grade.
Just Dr. Phillips. DMD.
Like they would have every boy in the locker room line up, and we all wore tighty whities like it was some sort of mandated uniform. And we would all pull him down. He'd cup our balls. We'd turn our head and cough. And he'd check every fucking one of us for like hernias, I guess. That's what that test is.
All lined up side by side.
In a single file line.
And what age is this?
How old is this man?
This would be like a gym teacher. And I'm in 7th grade. So what is that? 12 years old?
The gym teacher.
How old is this particular gym teacher?
I don't know. He seemed ancient to me, but maybe he's 38, 35.
Holy
like
shit,
that.
This is awful. This is awful. We may have just put our finger on something, Taylor.
And sometimes you'd get called back alone.
There was this another test, like, so you do the fucking hernia one where they cup your balls, and then I didn't like it anymore when we had to line up and bend over, like tighty whitey's on, but you're bending over and he's checking you for scoliosis. Like apparently he's looking at your spine to see how straight it is, but you're just like, okay, doc, and then bend over, wearing nothing but tighty whities.
When you said bend over, like that did end better than I thought it would. Like, but just checking your O-rings. But like that is.
I don't think they do that anymore.
I don't think they do. Does a gym teacher have any idea what he's doing? Like feeling just. And do you want to be at the front of that line? My God, you don't want to be the guy who just has your nutsack touched after 30 minutes.
Oh my God, I just realized that. What if he's gross fungus from? Did he wear gloves?
No, he's a gym teacher.
I think he did wear gloves, but I don't remember him changing.
So like, I don't think. First of all, the idea of a gym teacher being the one who inspects us is absurd. That he's not a medical.
Yeah, what do they know?
He doesn't know any. I mean, sure he knows. Like, but it'd be great if he could diagnose my hernia.
He's more of a hobbyist.
Yeah, he's more of a hobbyist. I'm an enthusiast.
Me? Oh, I hate testicular cancer. Hate
with a passion.
And I love my job.
Holy fucking shit. Yeah, but the idea, like, what if one of you had some sort of like something on your dick or balls, and he's just like spreads it from one to the other by grabbing everybody's junk,
Yeah.
Sounds unsanitary.
It'd be gross.
A gym teacher. I've told the story of my testicular torsion too many times, but what happened was I was in dreadful pain in biology class. They sent me to the nurse, and even the nurse was like, I don't know. Like, he seems like he's in a lot of pain, but what's up? So they called the gym teacher over to cut my balls at like 10th grade. And, he was like, I don't know what's going on here, but I can tell you that testicle is way too rock hard. We should get him to the hospital. And, make fun of him all you want, but he made the right call and helped me out.
Yeah.
Well, goddamn, I forgot that pedophile saved your ball.
It's a different pedophile.
Oh, well.
Well, that guy was just a good Samaritan. He was like, God, I make a gym teacher salary and I'm just trying to walk to get coffee in the teacher's lounge. And I get pulled aside. Can you hold this 17-year-old's testicles? God, I should have, become an engineer or something. That's probably what that guy was thinking. That's
again.
Yeah, again. No,
he loves it. He won't leave the nurse's office until you do it. He wants.
Honestly, that guy could have responded. He's like, the fact you're conscripting me right now means you need to go to the doctor. Like, the fact that I am needed in this capacity means a doctor is past due.
And I've overtold this story, but this teacher was a bitch. She was mean to people, and she just ran a really tight classroom. Someone asked to go to the bathroom, and she said no. Someone else asked to go to the nurse, and she said no. I asked to go to the nurse with this testicular portion, and she turns me around in front of the class. There's beads of sweat dripping down off my temples. And she's like, you see, class, this is someone who actually needs to go to the nurse. And she wrote me my note and let me go. But it was like, you don't have to make a show out of this.
Yeah,
bitch.
Private.
No, I wish that teachers are bad at their jobs. I don't think I ever had a teacher that
Kids
I
are
thought
dumb,
was a great teacher, because here's something that every teacher should say in front of the class. Hey, listen, sometimes we need to go to the bathroom and it's a real emergency. When that ever happens, get up and walk out. You get up and walk out. You don't have run if you need to. I'll figure it out later. Why did they never stop and say that? Like because
policy would have been abused.
No, it wouldn't. You know why it wouldn't? Because because kids are so insecure, they don't want people to know they got to poop. They don't want they would rather stay in the class than have some girl think that they have diarrhea.
You know what's funny is there were kids like in my grade who like thought it was funny to raise their hand and be like, "Teacher, I have to poop," and like say it in that way.
Never seen that
as a laugh. Yeah, I thought it was funny. I never did that. I wasn't ballsy enough. I was a pussy. I was afraid the girls would know I pooped too.
Yeah. You don't want them to know.
Didn't want to know. Yeah,
we're doing math in there.
Yeah, we're doing math in there. We're jacking off, doing guy stuff. I
don't want to dartboard, so I'm going to make her think I went into the jerk off.
Yeah, no, I wasn't beating off. I was hanging out with guys in the bathroom.
I don't
actually.
I don't know enough about darts to even know how the game is scored and everything. I always thought you just aim for that bullseye, but clearly you're supposed to like it hit some weird color combination of those tiny thin strips. I saw what I guess is like the world championships of darts the other day, and it came down to like two perfect performances going back and forth, and the guy had a perfect game, I suppose. And I was just imagining like when they're perfect, every single throw, he's putting it in that tiny little like green strip at the top or the bottom. Again, I have no idea how.
No, you're right. There's a green strip that's 20 points, and so that's why you always see them hitting that green one. That's unreal. Just hitting.
He's not. By the way, he doesn't. I thought it'd be like dart. All right, he's lining up his second dart now. Big Gustafsson from Sweden, the long-armed champion from the East. Dart 2. No, he goes dart, 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 and they're going perfect. And he steps aside. The crowd goes wild. The other guy comes up. Perfect. And they just repeat like 3 or 4 times until the one guy misses and the other guy comes back. Perfect. The crowd lose their shit. And the announcer goes, "This is the greatest game of darts ever played. Ever. And I think I think it may be like because they went back with perfect games like that are supposed apparently so rare. It was fun to watch, and I don't know shit about darts.
Have you seen? I have fun playing darts. Like I'm not very good at it, but I think it's fun. Have you seen the like darts highlights clips from like the pro darts players where like they will throw it like that and then they'll like casually walk back to like their little station and they're like drinking beer because when they practice, they're always drinking beer. And so they practice like they play. And so they're like really serious and they're like, another Bud Light, please. Okay. Like,
so what they're aiming for is that ring, the purple one that's kind of in the middle of the stripes, it's triple scoring. So they get 60 points if they get in that purple on the 20.
I saw the guy who won interviewed. He's from the UK, and he explained that it's a pub sport or game, and so it's played, and so he practices only in the pub. And Ariel's like, "Wait, you don't have you got a dartboard at home, of course?" And he's like, "No, I do not own a dartboard. I have to leave and go to work. I can't have a dartboard at home. My children like coming in the room, my wife talking to me. I go to work, which is the pub that my parents own, where I drink and play darts all night."
What a sweet life. Just
right?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. The guy's just like,
he's like the only guy I've ever heard of who refuses to work from home. He's just like, fuck it, I'll go to the office.
It's like they don't have his beer on tap, and he's like, "I can't practice in these circumstances." Like, no.
Dude, working from home is getting like villainized by more corporate leaders. I see it all the time. Elon Musk is one, but he's not alone. Trying to remember the other companies.
Was it?
What do you have in your head?
I always go to Bezos when something bad happens. You know, like I feel like he's the reptilian lizard king.
Well, I mean, a lot of Amazon employees.
I guess did some text messages of his get leaked or something like that, and they're very bizarre. Yeah, because someone sent me something earlier, and it was something really weird. Like
I didn't hear about.
If that's actually how he speaks, then like he's not a person like us for real.
Yeah. I follow the work from home thing a lot. It's fascinating to me. Like commercial real estate has dropped in value a ton because of supply and demand. There's all this empty real estate. Musk for Twitter went from something like 60% of the office space. He just stopped renting it. He's not paying his bills, trying to get out of it. And he doesn't need it because he got rid of that staff. Other people just started working from home during the pandemic and never went back to work. So there's tons of extra commercial real estate. San Francisco is trying to convert those commercial spaces to residential because their housing is way too expensive. People can't afford it. And they have vacancies in the commercial. So why not convert it? And it makes me wonder if like a cool thing could happen here. Could cities get more livable? Could fewer people commute? Could people just work from home and have like a nicer life? And if you like the city, then maybe you'd like to work from there and enjoy a fucking coffee place on your bottom floor and walk to places for your groceries and whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to get a lot of people back into the traditional office, especially if they have jobs that truly do not require them to be there. Like in car sales, we always had the business development center, which really meant like if you call in, they're the people you get. Right, you're not just going to get some receptionist. Like you're going to get in touch with somebody who's good at wheeling and dealing and selling people cars over the phone. So you get those people. Those people that need to be there. Those people could have been at their house.
I remembered the company. It was
they could have been
Starbucks.
Anywhere.
So of course we know Starbucks. The people that I interface with, have to work from the retail place, but they have tons of IT staff and badass CPAs and whatever HR staff. Those people could work from home. So they're telling them all to get back to the office. They're like, we used to have this culture where people would taste test and there was a community and there was an office. People cared about Starbucks and each other and it was a family. And now that's all gone because we all work from home. It's not the same thing.
I don't fucking care. No,
I simultaneously agree with him, but don't want it. If I worked at Starbucks, I'd absolutely be like, I don't want to go to the office. All those things that you think are so great, the taste testing, are not worth the commute to me. Fuck you.
Yeah. And then the other stuff is just bullshit corporate nonsense. Like, we're a family here. We care about... No, we're not. We're not a family. If you could pay me nothing, you would. Like, Mr. Bezos, if, I know you got the comfort, cube for me and all the warehouse workers, but if you could have me in shackles for free, you would. If you could do that legally. Like,
soon
this
they
idea
will.
of like a family is...
When you worked from work, right? When you drove in every day, did you have a lot of like work friends and like people that like you actually did like, friends?
I mean, like, yeah, there were lots of people I liked for sure. Like people I enjoyed hanging out with. They're very like cool people, but like, they're not like, I guess I've always like, I think that was work. Like I wasn't there to like chat and like, it was like side things where it'd be like, oh, we'll chat about the Blues for a couple minutes. And like, but not like, how's it going in your life friendship? Because that's like what, friendship is. So like the whole idea of like, oh, it's a really important social space. It's like, no, not really. Like a lot of people, when given the option and the evidence is before you on a tens of millions scale, choose to go, I don't want lunch in the office. I would rather have no commute and spend that time with, true friends, family, people in my life that are there and not a work context. And I think that's normal. Everyone wants that. Most people.
My friends at work were real friends. Like Dan, when he had trouble with his wife, he stayed with my family for months. Like I had friends at work, but a lot of people don't. And I respect that too. It's just not how I was wired. A lot of people are like, I come to work, like all you people, you can stay at arm's distance for all I care. I'm here to get my job done. And that's an effective employee, but it was never me.
Yeah. I don't think it really matters if there's a good friendly work environment or not. Like in the end, I think I'd rather be at my house, right?
Yes.
Like at my house where, while you could meet all your work requirements, but at the same time,
what's up, Timothy?
Use your own bathroom.
Hi, fellas.
Hey,
hello there.
How are you, Mr. Cortland Reeves?
And do you have an idea with that light bulb over your head? No, just me. Okay.
What are you saying?
I guess a good point. I should have an idea. What
the fuck are you doing?
Hanging out in my man cave. Don't you guys have man caves?
That's your man cave?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were in an actual bathroom. That's terrible.
No, this is my game room. This is my battle station. I basically have multiple trading stations set up where I do day trading, and I can basically run $10,000 profit per day out of my man cave here.
Wow.
Yeah.
How do I get involved on the ground floor with something like that?
Well, you have to take my course, but...
Oh, okay.
Okay.
How much is it? Is it cheaper than Tate's? Oh, it's $10,000. Damn, I don't know.
I think I know how this works now.
No, it's different. It doesn't work the way you'd expect. It works.
So you're in your day trading room.
Yeah.
And your gaming room. Oh, I wanted to ask, like your pipe dream big video game. Any more movement on that?
Yeah, there's a kid who realistically sounds like he might want to help out with that, but I'm wary of talking about things before they materialize. So no, not really.
Okay,
yeah.
Fair enough. You're just too busy day trading.
Day trading, doing drop shipping. I have a stock picking club that I'm at the helm of.
Do you have any picks you can give us?
Yeah, Uber.
Pick Uber.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I lost $35,000 on AME, whatever that stupid movie.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did.
So you bought in when that shit was big, and you ended up taking a bath for 35. That sucks. But I mean, you learned your lesson, and now with that history, you're equipped.
I have many more lessons to learn.
I got an idea. See?
I got an idea. And it's to lose all my money. So then I can't.
He just needs 3.5 new customers. He's right back in the game.
That's right.
I don't think you'd beat the shit out of that dude in the boxing ring last time you were on. Mm-hmm. Had you yet? I don't think so. That was a good fight. Any plans to get back in the ring?
No, never. They would. I'm not worth it to them, and it's not worth it to me. I would do it for, literally millions of $1 million after taxes. I would do it, but no one's going to pay me that. Or I would do it if I could fight Hasan, but that's about it. That's the limit to what I'm willing to take on to a head damage, as I call it.
To do head damage. So millions of dollars or Hasan, the Twitch streamer.
Yeah.
Okay, well, fair enough. I don't think he's going to take you up on that offer. It's been out there in the ether for a while now, and I don't think he even likes addressing it. He's
such a pussy, man. I would understand if I went out there and shredded that guy immediately, but I'm not that good. What is it? Literally, Hasan should just train for 1.5 years and get decent. He's already got the physique for it. How is he such a pussy that he's unwilling to take that? I mean,
Zach, can you pull up a picture of Hasan? I don't know this person.
Yeah, and he's fit and he's tall, right? I don't know if he's as tall as you.
Already jacked. He's almost my height. His head is smaller, which means there's less of a target.
That's true.
Yeah, and it does when I hit him and his head bobbles around like this, it'll do less head damage, as I call it. Head damage is the category.
Mm-hmm.
All top boxers are known for their tiny skulls. Holy shit, that's the guy you want to fight?
Tiny skull is good for you.
I don't want to fight either of you.
No, I don't want to fight. Well, I'd rather not fight Sam between those two guys.
Unless
this isn't nearly as
$1 million or are Turkish and annoying.
Cuomo Fauci 2020. Go back. That's not. Those are two very different pictures. Got the Bernie poster in the back too.
Silly Billy.
Wow, too cool for sunscreen. Nice.
His physique was kind of hidden by that T-shirt, but it's biceps.
I mean, I would, if this fight happened, I'd put my money on Sam because I think he wants it more. And who knows? It could happen because I remember I saw I don't know anything about,
well, if you give him the sword and shield.
But I know, yeah, if he gets the sword, he's going to win. But I know this guy, he's like hardcore, like left politics. And so, like, Sam's made the point, it would make sense that this guy, as like an avatar of like a masculine left-leaning dude, would want to take down Sam, who's an avatar of this, almost right-wing.
The whole reason I have an issue with it is because the reason why he has this physique is because it's to some extent, especially when you're a public person, like might makes right? Like you're being fit enhances your credibility, and you could. I'm not saying that that's unwarranted or that's not the way it should be, but I'm saying if your whole persona is the guy who's promoting communism because of how fit he is, you should at least have the balls to back it up and like use your muscles for something. Otherwise, what the fuck are they doing? What is the point of having them if you're a tremendous pussy?
I totally agree. He's got to fight you. It's the only thing I can tell. Like, what's he gonna do? Ignore you and make millions on Twitch? Not likely.
I'm gonna day trade my way to the top. Then
you know what? I think you were into AMC too early. I think you need to dive back.
We've been kicking around that idea of revisiting the AMC play. Could go that way.
Okay.
Wow. AMC's had a rough go of it, haven't they?
Well, yeah, ever since that meme shit 2 years ago. Because like no one was going, it was just made up.
It went from 60 to 5.
Was that the one where like the FCC or whatever came out like right away afterward and was like normal people can't trade anymore, it's shut down?
I feel like that was GameStop.
GameStop, and it was I think Robinhood shut it down first, shut down trading on their platform. But I think shortly after that there was a general SEC like forbidding people to go in and out of GameStop.
Oh.
Did you get in early on the Donald Trump NFTs?
We didn't. I didn't manage to pick up any of the.
I got you. I got you. Don't worry.
Which is one of my prized possessions.
Wait, you went out there for a sec. What do you have that's a prized possession?
A Melania NFT.
You have a Melania NFT?
I have a feeling I know what it looks like.
Is it the one where her tits are out?
No, I don't have that one, but it's the one that she made where it's a movie. So it's a picture of her. It doesn't move, but it is a movie because there's a sound file, and the sound file is it's something like hello and welcome to my NFT. I'm Melania.
And that makes it worth more.
Yeah, I play it every day. I get psych myself up.
Get yourself royalties.
Get ready for some trading.
Yeah. Get ready.
Did you ever do NFTs? Because I know you were huge into crypto. Maybe you still are.
We have a trading card game called Mondo Megabits that we spent a year and a half making. Like, it's not a low effort thing. We spent like almost 2 years making these bastards, and those are doing pretty well. That's on the. I still have to continue working on that, but we're starting right now to work on World Peace 2. So I have too much shit going on right now, but yeah, we'll get back to that.
Really? You're doing World Peace 2 now. That's news to me.
As of today, it's like official. Like the money has been transferred, and we're about to go.
That's awesome, man. Is it? I don't know how much you can reveal.
What is World Peace 2? Is this a movie? Is this a concept? Is he ending wars? What do we do?
It's a show.
Well, we might be ending wars in a way, but it's a sketch comedy. It's a sequel to our to the first sketch show we did for Adult Swim.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So is it? And I know if you can't say anything, like, is the team back together, the whole gang, or some people not?
So far, we got Nick, Eric, Hayden. We talked to Ruse. I think Ruse is probably sort of doubling down on his because he's doing big projects right now. So I don't think we're going to be able to get Ruse, and we would like to get Charles, but I don't know if that's going to happen either. But
yeah, it'd be sick to get Charles. back in the mix. I've been watching like. There's something so magnetic about Nick Rochefort that like you can just watch him talk about a bunch of bullshit. I don't have any interest in real estate at all, and I have no knowledge of real estate or houses. But I've spent like 2 hours watching him just berate and mock houses, and he'll say stuff like that crown molding doesn't even fucking match the baseboard right there. And by the end of the episodes, I'm like, yeah, fucking fools. They don't even know about baseboards and such like I do. So I'm excited for that. That's awesome.
For anybody that doesn't know, that's on the Perfect Guy Life YouTube channel. Nick is streaming every Tuesday and Thursday at 8 p.m. And it's the best stream. People are like, Nick's funnier than Sam. Sam, are you jealous? Fucking you! I'm so excited to ride somebody else's coattails. You have no fucking idea. He's gonna have it's the best streaming content on the. I watch it. Okay, you should watch it. Tuesday, Thursday, 8 p.m. Mine is not as funny. Monday, Friday at 4 p.m. Although we do have puppet shows involved, but yeah, man, his shit is real good.
I like puppets.
Nice.
Yeah. Too. I love them. I love them so much. I want to fucking kill the person that created them and bought the fucking thing. I love it. I like it.
You love puppets?
Yeah, I like puppets. I think it's the highest form of humor. In fact, when a comedian breaks out a puppet, I go, ooh, I can't wait to see what he's got cooked up here.
Who was that one fucking retard comedian who had that like that Arab doll who he couldn't fly now? Like all his jokes were like, hey, you think we could get Jeff Dunham? Is that it?
Jeff Dunham.
Yep, Jeff Dunham.
He was the highest paid comedian for like decades now. You know the fat Hispanic comedian who goes by Fluffy?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think he's
Gabriel.
Now these guys make monster money. These guys make fucking crazy money. But Jeff Dunham for like probably 20 years running was like the top paid entertainer. Like
Can that be?
20 years in a row. The fucking puppet guy. So maybe something's wrong with me.
You just need
because Woody, he gets paid twice. Him and the puppet. All right, all right. You can't keep up with this guy. Yeah. It's a whole tax scheme. The IRS comes after him. He sends them after the puppet.
Maybe I'm like misremembering that guy Jeff Dunham, but I remember a lot of his content just being an Arab puppet post 9/11 and being like, "Hey, we can't go on the plane. You're gonna bomb it, right?" And then he'd be like, "Oh, you caught me so bad," or like whatever. That was more that dog, but. Yeah, I mean, maybe he deserved to be the highest paid.
He had like he had at least 2 or 3. He had like an old man puppet, and I do remember like the Osama bin Laden puppet. It was just Osama bin Laden.
It literally was.
I liked him, but I was a kid at the time, right?
Still active. There's literally a billboard for him for like Foxwood Casino or something that I saw like 2 days ago. He's still at it. Like it's just a money machine. There's something about the American public where they want to see fucking puppets all the time.
Do you think that like a comic like that can get pussy? Like is he leaving every casino that night and like taking some lady up to his room like on that puppet thing? Does he have a line about how he's gonna put his hand into her? Like
oh, he does. I bet.
No, man.
I hope so.
I hate that.
Straight to Colombia. He leaves the casino, goes straight to Colombia to fuck 9 out of 10 prostitutes. And his pickup line is, "I have $50."
I have $50. I'm the highest paid puppet master in the world.
But like his finger dexterity must be next level.
Oh, I bet his hands are so ripped.
Yeah.
You think so? I don't think it takes that much strength to work a racist puppet.
The dexterity. The dexterity.
You think he does prostate massages? Just asking for a friend.
What, Sam?
It takes subtlety.
Yeah, it takes subtlety.
Yeah.
And you cannot, I don't believe it is possible for subtlety to be present in a puppet act. Is there?
That's a bold statement.
You think so? You know what, Zach, you're right. Take this out. Take this out.
We want people to know about Taylor's puppetism.
Jeff Dunham's legion of fans, legion of internet literate fans are going to find us when they're not laughing at puppets like tards.
I like puppets.
No, you don't.
Stuck on his.
I do.
Money,
I'm always impressed.
How did he make more than Chris Rock during the boom years? How did they make more than Chappelle?
I am telling you,
it
it was the Arab puppet. I remember Comedy Central, early 2000s, just post 9/11. This dude was on fucking every commercial, and it was the guy with the turban, like talking about plane crashes. That's it. That's what he did. If people don't believe me, go watch old Jeff Dunham. It's all jokes about 9/11 with an Arab puppet. Is what I'm remembering based on
these puppet is literally Osama bin Laden, I think. I mean, it looks just like show me the fucking Osama puppet. Like I swear to God.
Yeah, pull that up. Pull up the Osama puppet.
And there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, look, Osama bin Laden was a bad guy. You're acting like we're post Osama bin Laden being a bad guy in our society, Taylor.
Well, he's dead.
Show a little respect, Kyle. Would you show some respect towards our dead?
Is it time to forgive Osama?
I think it's time to pay him his dues. That's Osama bin Laden?
Well, he's dead. This is after he was dead, so he's a skeleton. That's my point.
Look.
I like that.
He was a suicide bomber.
I want you to make me look cool. I'm going to give you smoky, steely eyes with my puppet in my leather jacket. Man, I hate this guy.
Is that a leather jacket? I pictured it as rainproof. You're probably right.
Dude,
there's
no reason to dislike Jeff Dunham. Like look, that shit's funny.
It's not.
It was when I was a kid anyway.
There's plenty of reasons to be jealous of his money.
Yeah, this is all out of jealousy, 100%. Yeah. Like I wish I had puppet money. Man, I wouldn't. If I had puppet money, I'd be in Montana on a farm. I wouldn't even have internet access. It'd be a compound.
We keep calling it puppetry. It's really ventriloquism. Like that's the cool part, right?
That's the cool part.
Oh, I'm into when he makes the eyebrow go up.
Dude, ventriloquism is gay. Everyone knows it.
No,
yeah. Taylor talks for something in his
it's cool. I hope. Can you do a puppet part of the New World piece? Dude, have a puppet sketch. That'd be good.
Nick would love that. That's his favorite sense of humor. Would be if we did all puppet.
I feel like ventriloquism is a great way to get away with saying awful things in our current like society.
Mm-hmm.
Like it. I don't know why no one's leveraging that.
It'll be funny if a really hot chick hit on him afterwards and pretended she liked the puppet.
They'd be like,
that's happened.
Jeff Dunham said this thing about women. He'd be like, no, I didn't. Show me the video.
He's like, no, that's him. I was drinking water at the time. Wait, what'd you say, Sam?
The puppet saying rape is good.
Yeah.
That's the statement, the controversial statement. He's like, no, what are you talking about? The puppet said it.
The puppet is pro-molestation, not me. Get over it. The fact you're bringing this up is offensive. Yeah, no, puppets are awful, and they're not funny. I mean, honestly, if I could what's the action? If I could
ventriloquism.
If I could ventriloquy.
Yeah, if I could do that, I would do it. I'd try it. Okay, here, do your best, Kyle. Do your best talking with you. Fuck, man, that's actually hard.
Wow, this is the one thing Taylor can't get done. Taylor can't. Taylor, you do open your lips when you talk.
No, that's not. You're a 1 foot in, 1 foot out, motherfucker.
It's pretty hard to do this.
He has his lips. All right,
yeah, you can kind of like if you like this smart.
Yeah, it really doesn't. It's not really hard at all, I guess. And we just look like we're fucking insane.
No, that's not. Your lips have to be together. That's fucking part of the. Have you ever seen a ventriloquist going like this? That's not how they fucking.
No, you don't move your lips, but his mouth is open.
I would rather watch a bad ventriloquist than a good one because I've seen a good one before, but I've never seen one bad one. Straight up can't hide the fact that they're talking.
You can't keep your lips together, Taylor. Just talk out your nose and ears. That's not how it's done.
I don't know why we're giving this guy a hard time. Look at that cool ass shirt.
Look at his necklace. It's like a Skyrim emblem.
He is a better dresser than me. Sometimes I look at better dressers than me and wonder why. What's holding me back? Why am I choosing to wear a fucking dress down t-shirt all the time?
Dude, it looks like he's going to his first rodeo in that shirt. Like, that's absurd.
He got Maybe I've been watching too much Yellowstone.
That looks like the outfit that you have to pick when you begin the rodeo video game.
Why don't I have any rhinestones in my wardrobe? There's something wrong.
Yeah.
He had rhinestones on that.
Why are we being mean to Jeff Dunham?
I don't know, man.
Not.
It's just
I'm admired his shirt.
Respect the man. Can we take a moment to pay some respect to the man?
You know how much money he raised for those 9/11 victims and their families?
None.
I don't either, but
I'd feel bad.
I feel like it's a trick question.
I have no idea if he
He's never
contributed
done anything.
Yeah,
I have no idea if he contributed in any way other than sort of taking advantage of the whole thing with his puppet, you know.
Yeah. Well, you mean you strike when the iron's hot. I bet he's not doing 9/11 stuff anymore.
How'd you feel about those country songs that were like taking advantage of, like, where were you when the world stopped turning on that September day? It's like, man, this is, how much money are you making off this, Alan Jackson? Like, fuck.
Dude, I was old enough.
Even at the time.
I was only old enough after like that in that 9/11 period, because I'm 31 now, that like I could see everybody, like all the adults, become like so fucking all about America, like angry at like terrorists and like Arabs and Muslims. Because I'm from Missouri, so like that narrative fucking stuck here, where it's like we can't entirely know who did it, but we know it was one of them. And like,
dude, when America got when the Twin Towers got destroyed, I should say, I was ready for a fight like my favorite football team made the Super Bowl. I was like, oh, you've seen a few of our Boeings, but wait till you see the other ones. We got an F-22, which I don't know if it's made by Boeing. We got an F-18. We got F-16s. We got B-52 bombers. We're going to turn your whole fucking country to glass. What country? Not sure, but I bet it has sand, and we're going to turn it to glass. I don't care. Let's salt your plants so they don't grow anymore. They already don't grow. Fuck it. We got salt. I don't know. I was just so excited for a fight, not to participate in it, just to root for it.
Yeah,
we were almost ready to participate. I was 17, like in Iraq, 17, like for Iraq. Like I was a freshman, obviously, for 9/11, watching the thing in school. We watched it right there happen, and yeah, everybody was upset and angry. How can you not still be, right? It was such an awful thing, you know that, and then. I was talking about this the other day, how if there are all those like alternate universes, I think in very few of them do we fuck up so goddamn bad that we let that happen, that the security messes up so badly that happens.
Really?
I think that if Al Gore won, if he had contested that shit in Florida, then 9/11 doesn't happen. And there's an alternate world where Al Gore's boring ass like focused on the environment and we didn't blow $1 trillion turning sand to glass. And that's probably a better fucking universe.
So I don't know that Al Gore could have prevented 9/11. It was just 9 months in, but I do think he would have prevented the Iraq war. And he said it before we went into Iraq. He was like, we are putting our money and our time into the wrong thing. We should be working on energy independence. Of course, it's a big Al Gore thing, right? We should be getting off of oil. Buying oil is what funds all this stuff. Stop doing that if you really want to get them. And like, I was sold, but
Sam,
the country wasn't.
Sam, do you have any?
Wasn't Al Gore a Skull and Bones guy too?
Yeah. Oh, they all are, right?
I think it's just they're interchangeable. It's just whatever they do is the agenda of the deep state. I think
Al Gore was all over that environmental thing. You know, he had that fucking movie that made me scared that we were going to melt in the next 3 years, and then,
we should be melted by now.
And I feel like George Bush was running for president to like prove to his dad he could. Like, I think that was his driving factor, if I'm being honest. Like, deep down, I think he was just proving a point, right? Same thing with Trump.
I mean, I think that their individual like sort of motivations are kind of like, that's just to the people in charge, they would call that character building, right? They would call that like just sketching out the characters. I think that I think that the war with the war in Iraq thing was like inevitable. It was like a deep state just push for whatever. I don't understand why. Why would George Bush? Fuck, man. Have you seen the video of the kids reading that book? There's so much weird shit around it. It just obviously was planned. Like, I don't know. I think it's these people are interchangeable.
I think they took advantage of the situation. I think that's what it feels like to me. Like, maybe even with that third building that went down, it feels like that somebody was like, wait, the towers are going down right next to that whole problem that we all have. Take it down. Take it down now. We've already got agents there. Yeah, send them in. Fucking demolish it. Yeah.
Maybe that Pennsylvania plane that went down was supposed to
but
upside down. It's supposed to hit that other tower, and they took the tower down even though the plane landed in the field.
I also refuse to believe that this man had any deep thoughts about any fucking thing at all. I truly believe he's a smart-ish guy, but Jesus Christ. His grades speak for themselves. I don't think you can just fake those transcripts, but Jesus Christ, he looks like a dum-dum. That's embarrassing with the kids, though, that he sat there after they whispered that shit. Like, I would have been like, what the fuck? Sorry, kids, for my language, but our nation's under attack. To Washington, men!
The video I was referring to was one where the woman reading a book to children and having them chant, and it's like plane crash. It's like a very. Is this ring a bell for you?
Nah, man, I didn't catch this.
Let me look it up and see if I can find it here. Hold on a second.
It's going into the dark web.
Yes. he no longer has a good idea. The light went out.
Woody, did you watch any of that Andrew Callahan documentary?
Andrew.
That
no,
the thing on HBO. We run this. Yeah.
I didn't. No, is he the all breaks no gas guy, Andrew Callahan?
Yeah, apparently there's like some sexual allegations against him.
Did we lose Sam? Sorry to interrupt.
No, he's going into the dark web.
He's searching for a video. I don't know why that turned the camera off.
Oh, okay.
You guys see me?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's and I wasn't prepared to talk about 9/11, so you're kind of catching me off guard here. But there was a video of a teacher leading children, and it's ungoogleable now because Google has intentionally made search results worse. Have you noticed this?
Yeah, I have noticed they're terrible now. It's all ads, and like if you look at anything news related, it's all narratives.
Yeah. So I think they did this starting around Pizzagate to intentionally suppress this type of stuff that's interesting, semi-credible conspiracy theory stuff that gets people riled up. But there's a video of a woman reading to a class full of children, and she's chanting like plane hit must building. It's a crazy video that looks like some sort of satanic, demonic summoning witchcraft thing involving this classroom full of black children that I think happened. I think it was like right before the towers hit or something like that.
Like on that day?
Was she using the power of those black children's minds to see the future?
And to make sure that the planes made impact.
Oh, she was using their
casting
sports
spells.
abilities and accuracy to.
She was channeling magic.
There's magic.
Oh, that's worse.
Yeah.
Well, it's worse that the melanin magic was appropriated by the U.S. I like to when I see melanin magic in nature, it's the most beautiful thing possible. But when I see the CIA using melanin magic to steer robot-controlled planes into buildings, it really gets my goat.
Dude, I could not agree more, man. I'm so on board. I hate it when they use melanated magic. The CIA, they need to be leaving that black girl magic on the streets.
No respect
in the societies where they belong, not using it to create terrorism.
Yeah,
I like that he prefaced all
see
this by letting us know that it was ungoogleable. It's such a good setup.
That's how I'm going to introduce everything.
Just so
like,
you know,
all my
you can't
nonsense.
verify anything I'm about to say.
Put it in the edit or something. Like one of your fans will have a link ready to go. You can probably get it on Bitly or something like that.
I mean, I would watch this satanic summoning.
Yeah.
To see, but I mean, I would imagine that like a real magic summoning, you wouldn't do it in like a classroom, right? Like there'd probably be other ritual things. I don't know anything about Satanism and casting spells.
Children to chant something, that probably does some satanic shit right there.
No, it could. I mean, I always thought that part of like the demon Satan thing was like you had to knowingly want it. Like you had to want demon. I don't know.
My understanding of magic, learned from Peter Pan, is that you have to truly believe in it. And that's why that helps to do it.
Yeah. It's kind of like the religion thing where it's like you have to believe. You can't, like, if you're going to confess to Jesus, you have to really believe in him and truly repent and all that. You can't just go, hey, God, sorry about that, because that doesn't count.
I think, am I alone in being like legitimately creeped out and a little scared of like practicing, like, I don't know, dark magic peoples, like not the silly ones, like not some silly witch on Reddit, but like if there were some people in power who were actually getting together to do rituals of black magic that involved like blood sacrifice, like
the Bohemian Grove stuff.
That's terrifying, right?
There are. That's real.
Are you talking about like the Bohemian Grove thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, where they all get together with like their owl statues and rituals and like, yeah, that shit's creepy.
Yeah, it's disturbing. And the spirit cooking, all that stuff.
I want to know, do you think there's actual spirits and power behind that sort of satanic stuff, or do you think it's like just for the ritual itself, people are doing it?
It's a good question. I don't know, man.
I mean, the thing that always struck me weird with like Satanists, and this like struck me even as a child because I like went to, church and everything, is I was like, why would you knowingly buy into a story and then pick the losing team?
See, I've always taken issue with that because I feel like, maybe we've been misinformed the whole time. Clearly, like the war still rages, right? Between Satan and God. Like it's not over. Like Satan was cast out according to God. What if Satan was like, no, I left? What if that's his side of things? He's like I fucking bounced. I'm running my own shit now. I have my own kingdom of souls, and there's more people in hell than there are in heaven. We're outnumbered 3-1. What if that's their side of the story? In no version of the Bible is there a claim that this is a common misconception. In no version of the Bible is there a claim that the devil is in charge of hell. He is being tortured in hell the same as all the other fallen angels. Like they're not pitchforking you. Like
pretty bold of Taylor to explain God to someone who has his own church.
That's true. But I mean, I'm explaining Satan, by the way. So I think that
this whole conversation is crazy to me. It's like, you guys are mistaken. You act like the war between werewolves and fairies is not still ongoing, but it is. And I'm over here like this is.
But let me tell you why it's different though. Like
okay,
there,
because it's
hopefully. I'm hoping that there aren't groups of powerful people who believe and worship werewolves and fairies, but I'm pretty sure there are groups of powerful people that at least go through the motions of worship toward satanic and demonic forces.
Yeah, there definitely are
powerful people that
What's that skull and bone shit all about, man? When they're getting in that fucking grave and stuff, like what's the point of all that?
Yeah, exactly. I don't need the facts. Skull and bones, scary.
I'm talking about that.
Isn't that like a Yale thing, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about that weird, creepy club that the Bushes are in.
Yeah, I feel like Sam has a lot more esoteric knowledge on all of this stuff than we do. I'd like your input on what you think with the spiritual stuff.
I just got a message from Purple Coom, so I don't know what the fuck that is from one of my websites. Maybe that's a sign. I think I think that the fact that like evil, it's overwhelmingly true that evil is real, and it's not helpful. I think there are a lot of philosophical things that are not helpful because you're just sort of mincing words and getting into semantic battles about stuff that is it's like a gut human, like alligator brain, when you see it kind of reaction. And it's overwhelmingly true that evil is real and that evil is the prevailing like thread that runs throughout fucking I won't say most of this earthly existence, but a lot of it. I think that because if you look for it, the good can overpower it, especially on a personal level if you have your shit together. But as far as like the statistically, so many people are like needlessly suffering and engaged in this toil, this like soul destroying toil that and it's trite to say this, the human condition is one of like statistically like misery. For me personally, no, I'm not a miserable person. I definitely like look for the best in everything, but I think because evil is so real, you should be able to make a case that the opposite, that good is as tangibly real. And I don't know, I don't know if I don't know what God is, if it's some sort of if it's something that we are. I mean, I'm certain that if God was real, we might be anthropomorphizing it too much, but maybe not though. I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm.
But good and evil are clearly as real as anything else. Maybe more.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's even they're more real than everything else. And I know that I know what it's like to be like an artsy entertainment type person, or be a real individualist or contrarian against society, and to flirt with ideas like just to flirt with nihilistic, anarchistic, destructive ideas. And destruction is a way, destruction and the anarchism and nihilism stuff, but destruction specifically is the way that uncreative people create. It's the way that a frustrated, hurt person, quote unquote, creates something, is by creating a mess that makes as many people as possible feel your pain and frustration.
Is that how you describe someone who charges $10,000 for NFT investing lessons?
It's possible. Well, if I make you money,
you're gonna make me money with NFT trading lessons,
brother. If I make you money and I ask for a 10% cut of what you make, we're both in the gold zone.
That is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Well, I'm not worried about that. But but here's my point, though. I think a lot of people, like actors, musicians, people who are like, and it's also fun to feel like you're part of a club, and that's a lot of what like Skull and Bones, they make you masturbate inside of a coffin, right? You've heard this?
I have heard that. Yeah.
You like lay inside of a coffin and masturbate in front of the other members, which may or may not include your own relatives.
Nice.
So it's like part of it is debasing yourself and doing things that are against your moral compass, whatever moral compass you have left, in exchange for to the promise of having some like element of your own ambition realized, and feeling like you're part of a club. Like, it's fun to feel like you're part of a secret club. It's fun. It's fun to feel like you have access to information that other people don't have. I mean, it probably gives you a high. Like even people who are like QAnon shit, where people they relish fabricating these fucking stories that are like, you know, on paper, these people would be on our side, but what they're saying is something about is some made up shit about Mike Pence that, you know, as soon as anyone realizes the flimsiness of the story, it makes us all look like fucking idiots. But it's fun to feel like an insider with access to information. And I think these people just get roped into it. It's like a cultural thing. It's kind of like, you know, if you're Jewish, you're gonna be playing dreidel, and the guy that owns the carpet store, he's over there, he's eating matzo ball. If you're in Hollywood, if you're fucking Justin Bieber, the guy that sucks kid dicks and lines up child prostitutes for Morgan Freeman, he's right over there. He's making a matzo ball. He's making a fucking strawberry shortcake or whatever. Like, that's the cultural.
Morgan Freeman.
Dude, I love that as a quick aside. And then just continuing. Not Morgan Freeman. Don't tell me that Morgan Freeman's doing fucked up
boys.
shit.
Morgan Freeman's probably a good one.
I hope so. Yeah, he would want an of-age woman.
He's with Mel Gibson in the players, in the cool guy
in the Players Club. Him and Mel. Yeah. Isn't Mel Gibson?
Did Danny Glover come? I like Danny.
I don't think he's fun enough. Actually, I just don't know enough about him. What's he good in?
Lethal Weapon.
I haven't seen that.
Danny Glover's like,
Leonardo DiCaprio seems like one of the good ones to me, just based on his girlfriends.
Yeah, I haven't seen Lethal Weapon. Is it worth watching?
You've never seen fucking
Wait,
Lethal
you've
Weapon?
never seen Lethal Weapon?
I haven't seen so many movies.
You got to watch Lethal Weapon, dude.
Your entertainment choices
You're like
are
Brenda,
a form of child abuse.
You're like one of those
King of the Hill is
like,
great.
You're like when Brendan Fraser was frozen in that one movie, Blast from the Past. And you're like blown away by how did you miss Lethal Weapon?
I don't know. I mean, when was that made?
He's in.
First of all, there's like
you call him
four
a
of them.
caveman?
He fights Jet Li in the fucking third one or the fourth one. It's awesome.
You know what else I haven't seen? I haven't seen The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I should probably see that. That's a very famous movie.
You know what? I can relate, Taylor. I haven't seen On the Waterfront.
I don't know what that is.
I haven't seen On the Waterfront. Like some of those old ass classics don't need to be watched. They're not as good as it cracks them up to be.
It's considered one of the best movies of all time. I haven't seen it, so I'm not weighing in. And it's like a 1920s gangster movie.
I took a class in high.
It could have been a contender. On the Waterfront.
Oh, okay. I know that from a Family Guy reference.
It's like part of culture. You know, it's a big deal.
Did you watch the new Avatar, right, Woody? You liked it.
Oh yeah, the movie. Right. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I
blanked. I was on the cartoon.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go to theaters and watch it. You know, I haven't been to theaters in forever. I haven't had the desire to. I don't know why. I used to love going, and I just haven't wanted to go.
It's not any good movie.
It's just so Avatar is a paper thin plot and the thickest visuals ever created in the history of cinema. So like going there and having the audio punch me in the back. Were there speakers in my fucking chair? How did they do that? Just the theater experience. Yeah. Like it was. I really enjoyed it. I liked it a lot. Colin liked it a lot. Jackie didn't.
Okay, she didn't like the experience, or she didn't like the movie.
What she didn't like was how evil the bad guys were. She thought they were fakely evil,
like over the top, like dude. Let's burn down their trees while they aren't looking.
The whole plot is like, hey, Jake Sully got us in the first movie. Let's get him back, right? Boom! I've ruined the whole thing for you. So their tactic is like to handcuff children to sinking ships and shit like that. And it's like, how evil are you getting here? This is
are they those little blue children?
Yeah, but they can't breathe underwater.
Fuck them. I don't give a fuck. That's the whole point of handcuff them to something sinking.
I'm sorry. I thought that
if they could breathe underwater, it'd be like a little time for a little underwater swim, boys.
I incorrectly deduced where you were going with that. I didn't think racism. I thought breathe underwater.
You know what? I'm not going to see that shit or Lethal Weapon.
The real reason I can't watch that Avatar shit is because even in the first one, I side 100% with the fucking humans, and I think that bitch ass guy is he's a race traitor to the 10th degree. He betrays humanity for those blue-tailed cocksuckers that fuck with their dreadlocks. Fuck that shit and fuck their planet. If it was the 40K universe that a virus bombed those blue pieces of shit, then it came with some Roundup at the very least. I'll tell you what, if Monsanto was taking that planet over, they'd have solved that shit in a week. They'd have sprayed Roundup from the atmosphere. They'd have bombarded that God tree they have, and it'd have been a game over.
You're making strong points, but I need to experience dreadlock sex before I choose a side.
Nah, fuck that. Let's go with dick sex. And
that is my plan.
You gonna fuck the dreadlocks, like wrap them around your dick and do a whole shuffle?
I thought I'd have a dreadlock in this situation where we'd connect them. I'd have some Navi booty, and I'd decide which is better.
Is the Avatar movie doing well? I hope it's not doing well.
It's
amazingly well.
Oh. Blue
Pass.
So there's gonna be 9 more now.
Yeah,
they're already done. He's already
other than Woody and his family. Who's seeing this? Who's seeing this film? I haven't met one person in my real life who's been like, dude, Avatar, have you heard it? Not one.
I think it's done the 5th most sales ever in cinematic history, and it's just knocking on the door.
All right, who's laundering money? All right, everybody be honest. Who's laundering money?
Yeah, right. Long John Silver's goes out of business and Avatar skyrockets.
Yeah, that's a good callback.
And then you tell me that like the whole plot of the second one is that those blue cocksuckers are like coveting some sort of resource that makes people essentially live forever. And it's like
they have
once
that
again,
and they're not sharing.
They won't let us have it apparently. So I'm just thinking what?
That's melanin magic.
Yeah, that's blue melanin magic.
Yeah.
And they don't. Yeah, that movie,
I think that what it is they have like cartoon like sentient whales that have and like whatever, there's some goo inside those whales that makes people live forever, and we're supposed to be like, oh no, don't kill the whales on the alien planet. We shouldn't live forever. Meanwhile, everybody here would vote yes.
Yeah,
kill the whales
and all of those selfish cocksuckers protecting the whales.
Yes.
If the Japanese were like, you do not
farm the whales.
Kyle, that's what I was waiting for. It's like I was going to say breed, but Kyle's right. Don't just kill the whales and wipe out the supply. Imprison the whales, breed them, and create all the supply we need.
Yes.
Chinese bear bile. Have you seen Chinese bear bile markets?
Yep.
I have not seen a bear bile market.
Yeah, that's what we're missing in the United States is bear bile cages.
What is it for?
See, that's what the Chinese are practical, goddammit, if nothing else. When they need bear bile, they say, hey, why we kill one bear? We only get a handful of bear bile. We just cut hole in bear, and bear bile just keep leaking out.
No, only get bear bile.
They throw the bear in a fucking cage, and they just like stick a hose in its belly, and they're like, "Hey, bear bile will just keep coming out of you forever." And the bear's like, "Please end it." And they're like, "Oh, never."
I'm on team.
That's what we do to those whales. That's what I would vote for us to do to those whales. And if I needed to get my hands nice and blue, dirty, I would. Whatever it took. The Naboo, wipe them out. Like I bet that our smallpox would just wipe them out immediately. Why are we shooting rockets?
Just use regular guns, man.
Smallpox blankets would solve the whole thing. We have Earth smallpox. Okay? You know what that's going to do to their weird planet, like immune systems?
They got space AIDS.
They got no answer for that shit. It might as well be space AIDS. They're fucked.
Yeah. That's what they have.
Yeah.
I mean,
have some fucking space smallpox, you blue cocksuckers.
Yeah, that movie's going to suck. I'm not going to see it.
I'd be a harpooner.
I wanted to ask Sam, and maybe Zach, can you pull up the picture of Sam before his fight where he's looking like a monster? Like, let's pull that up, because were you on anything, or is that all natural? Were you geared up?
No, he's on the tee.
On bear bile.
All right, that's what I need
His
to
friend
know.
Hopsing hooks him up.
No, that man's on the tee.
Yeah,
just on tee.
No, I did a decacycle, which, to be honest, didn't really do anything. It just made my cardio suck.
huh.
But I was looking good before the decacycle. I looked pretty much like this.
You look monstrous. You look very powerful there.
Do you see the guy behind looks befuddled, and then just befuddled by you.
Yeah, that's Wade. Wade, whatever his name is, the announcer guy.
His forehead is out of control.
that is a 5-head.
That is
Christ Almighty.
So like Beavis and Butthead is.
Do you pay him to stand next to you?
With the big forehead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the promoter. That's like cokehead German guy that.
I'm glad he's not a friend.
I guess it's okay to talk shit then.
So I watched your whole fight with that very, respect to the guy you fought, brave man getting in there. Were you confident the entire way through, or were there thoughts in your head I cannot get fucking knocked out? I cannot.
No, I was more nervous than I've ever. I mean, I was so on edge. I've never been that nervous. There were 20,000 people, and I knew that if I got knocked out, there would be memes of it for 100 years as people.
Yeah. People will be replying to your knockout gif forever.
Yeah. So no, I was extremely nervous, and when I got out there, I felt like I had done a full fucking 45-minute compound movement, full body workout. By the time the first bell rang, I just had such, and I'm susceptible to that. I have not so much for performances, for stand-up performances, because I've been doing stand-up so much, but naturally I'm a very nervous person. I've done a few jiu-jitsu competitions, and it's the same exact scenario where I just get a full maximum adrenaline dump 30 minutes before it happens, and then by the time it actually happens, I'm wiped out.
Oh wow. So you were tired by the time it started.
Yeah, man. I think if I ever do it again, I gotta take some benzos, like the North.
I was gonna say sports psychologist.
That is the worst idea.
Are those muscle relaxers?
You know the North Hollywood shootout where the guys were armored and they had AK-47s. They took I think they took benzos or something, barbiturates or something before
and painkillers.
Yeah, they took some shit before they went and had their shootout. So I got to take a note out of their playbook.
That was one of the most badasses thing. That whole thing is so fucking, maybe badass isn't the right word. It's insane what happened. These dudes robbed a bank in full fucking body armor with assault rifles, and I'm not talking about they came in with a magazine. They've got assault vests with extra mags. They got sidearms with them, and they have training and they've been practiced. And like he said, they come in all drugged up, so they're going to be slick and smooth. They're not going to panic, and they're not going to feel pain if shit hits the fan, and it does hit the fan. They're outside, and the cops are fucking there, and the helicopters are there, and it's a shootout. And they've got AK-47s, and the cops have handguns and 12 gauges, and it's bouncing off their fucking body armor. The cops going ping, 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 and dudes turning around with 7.62, shooting through cars, cutting cruisers in half, might as well. The cops have to go to a local firearms store and requisition Bushmaster AR-15s. And when they show up this time, they don't take any prisoners. One of them gets a little bit wounded. His rifle jams or he commits suicide. It's hard to tell which. But in the video, you see him kind of fumbling with his gun. One of his hands is a little shot to shit, and he blows his own head off. Like, you watch it happen.
Well, he probably killed himself, right?
You can't tell. He's trying to clear a jam at the time, like a stovepipe or something, if I remember correctly. But he's only got like one. He's doing it with one functional hand because he's been shot a little, if I remember right. Again, the other guy, they roll up on the other guy and just bop, 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 like a whole car full of guys rushing him. They just gun him down right there on TV.
Do you know what you should do pre-fight? Is
North Hollywood shootout. I don't remember the stats or how many cops were involved or shot, but I've seen the video so many times and heard the cops' perspectives. It's one of the truly most wild things that's ever happened in law enforcement.
One of the other really wild ones. Did you see the guy who was upset, I think, with the city, like the city government? So he gets a bulldozer and he armors it like a tank and goes on a like destructive rampage with the bulldozer. The killdozer. I wonder if we can get a picture of the killdozer.
That's such a cool video. That dude who just got fucking sick and tired of nonsense, and so he just he's like, I'm welding a machine now, and just welds a tank out of a cat or whatever it was. That's sick.
Did he kill a lot of people?
No, he didn't kill anyone. He just destroyed property.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, he put them in danger, maybe.
I mean, if they were slow, like that guy in Austin Powers, who's like, no, to the fucking flattening machine.
Oh my God. You can't stop that. How did they stop it?
I don't know.
With a bigger
one of those cranes with a magnet on it.
Look at that. How did it get stuck maybe?
That's what it was. It got stuck it pushed into the building that was encroaching on the property or whatever he's claimed was his, and then the roof fell on top of it and pinned it. I think that's what it was. And then I think he killed himself. There.
Look, he's oh my.
Oh wow.
That's so cool.
Good job, Zach, by the way. You do really
very good job, Zach. Thank you.
Dude, can you imagine you see that turret start popping off?
Yeah.
Yeah, should have just let him have his fucking pawn shop in peace or whatever he was doing.
Yeah.
Oh, we were talking before Sam got here. I'm just curious about like shitty teachers we had growing up. Do you recall, Sam, any particularly awful teachers that you had?
Not really. No, I had a pretty good childhood and educational experience. Aside from it being a waste of time,
it was a waste of time. Oh, we should clarify. Did your gym teacher ever touch your testicles in gym?
Hell no.
Yeah, you got molested, man.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking shit about my teachers. I have nothing but kind words for my pedo teachers.
You're like doing that Milo thing from years ago. He's like, oh no, darling, Father Michael taught me to give incredible hand. Like that, that kind of shit.
You know what? I was the aggressor when I got my testicles cupped by a gym teacher.
That guy's back out of the news again.
Milo?
Like Milo
back out of the news. Explain.
I just remember he was on our show like 6 years ago, and then I didn't hear about him for a long time. And then he showed up with Kanye, and then Kanye must be in a mental hospital, like locked away or something, because I haven't heard from that dude. And I imagine he'd be loud if he was still on social media. I want him to just keep going off. Just Just keep making new lines. Don't back off. Just keep firing, man. It's entertaining.
Milo doesn't like Trump anymore. Milo feels like he did a lot for Trump, and Trump just let him hang. It was a very one-sided relationship. So Milo afterwards said that he set up the Kanye Nick Fuentes thing to hurt Trump as revenge. And I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's like revisionist, like, you know what? Got him. When really maybe he wasn't trying to get him. I'm not sure. But he has claimed that he set up Trump and nailed it.
I mean, I haven't heard anything more about any of those people in the last couple of weeks. I mean, I don't really follow the politics stuff as much, I guess, but like,
well, it was a couple of weeks ago he said it. So Zach wrote, yes, that's what happened. Who knows what the sentiment was? But yeah, maybe I'm misunderstanding what Zach's saying. In any case, yeah, Milo claimed that he tricked Trump into meeting with a white supremacist to get him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't buy that, but I don't buy that. I would buy that he was trying to probably re-ingratiate himself to, grift and make more money, and then it didn't pan out, and so now he's retroactively, trying to join the other team. In which case, that guy fucking sucks. Screw him.
Milo?
Yeah, he's a fucking grifter. Well, he's just a grifter. He will go wherever the wind blows. Like he doesn't care about anything. That's the vibe I got from him.
You're gonna hold that against him?
No, but he doesn't do it. I don't even think he's very funny. No,
really.
Even when he was on our show, did he have jokes? Not really. All he did was want to suck Kyle's dick the whole time.
Yeah, I was pretty jealous.
I mean, we were all a little jealous because we all know Kyle's the best looking, and being reminded of it all the time, not fun.
Not cool. Yeah, Milo. He's not gay anymore.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I bet he's still gay.
Really? We'll have to put him next to Kyle and see if he breaks.
Yeah, you can't just turn that off. I thought I was. You're born that way, right? Isn't that we were told you can't personal.
I don't know where that was going. You're like, you can't just turn that off. I mean, I thought I was. Never mind.
Yeah, just be a normal straight guy who every day is saying, "Don't think about dick. Don't think about dick. Don't think about dick. Don't think about fucking men." Just a normal straight guy thing to do. Just be like that, Milo. Yeah. I didn't have any horrible teachers, I guess, growing up, but I did have. I've talked about my meat gazing gym teacher before, right? He was. I've used that term. He was a grade A meat gazer. Like there was, because we showered every day after gym, and he would stand in the hallway right outside the shower, and we're all like 16 or whatever, and he would stand there and stare at you. He had a perfectly good office, just a couple feet that way, but it wasn't in the line of vision. And this dude would stand there and he would stare directly at your dick and go, "Boys, time to get out of the shower. Come on." And like, if you showered too long, this motherfucker would come in the shower with you and be like, "You got to get out of here."
In this situation, spell cum.
This guy he would come in your ass and you'd be like, "Yeah." No, he like, and then there was alleged impropriety. I don't know the details or anything about that, but I know that at some point there was some alleged impropriety about that same gentleman years after I graduated high school. And after that came to light, I was just talking to a friend who mentioned, like, "Remember that guy? Something happened with him." And I was like, yeah, everyone should have been able to know. It was a joke at the lunch table how much that coach liked to stare at us naked. Every day, all the time. He just
what a lightweight. So he never grabbed the dicks.
I mean,
he wouldn't make it in Ocean City, New Jersey.
If I would have given him smoky eyes and said, "Coach," he would have let me penetrate him in the shower. I don't know that for sure. That's allegedly, but yeah, that dude was a creep. Like, looking back with like the perspective of an adult, I mentioned this just the other week. I remember that fucking 38-year-old teacher massaging 13-year-old girls in middle school, like while they're sitting in class. If I saw that much of that shit was everywhere.
So do you think you could have? I bet you could have picked him up because you're a fucking hunk in 8th grade. If I made smoky eyes at your gym teacher, he'd be like, "No, Woody, I like the cool kids."
Well, he would have been like, "Sir, you're my age." I'm interested in that 91 bussy. This kid's parading around.
Yeah, I could never pick up a gym teacher.
I don't want to push too much on the world peace stuff because I know it's probably, tenuous and all up in the air. Is this going to be all, self-run, independent? So like no chance of bullshit cancellation. You guys are rolling on your own?
Yeah.
Fucking awesome, man.
Where's it going to air?
The plan right now is to distribute it ourselves via Gumroad or similar website, and then we'll have it clipped. We will clip it for YouTube as well. That's the plan right now, unless we get an offer from somebody to buy it once it's done, which probably won't happen, but could happen.
That'd be pretty sweet.
Good luck.
I mean, would you even want it to be bought and like be beholden to someone else?
I wouldn't care if it was already shot and it was already edited. If it would get us a little bit of a boost in terms of distribution, I wouldn't mind cutting it. Cutting out some of the racier stuff if it means millions more people to watch it. There's a line, there's a limit to where to draw that line, but
and Kanye found it.
Yeah. The other thing is if we were able to get somebody to buy it, then it sort of adds it kind of enables us to do what we did with World Peace 1, which was be subversive in a mainstream venue, which right now we're missing that kind of impact. We don't have the same kind of like David versus Goliath is sabotaging from within kind of backstory to it.
Yeah.
But we are going to try to get Kevin Spacey.
That's awesome. I hope you get him. I hope Kevin Spacey. You might have to keep some younger characters around to entice him. But yeah, you get Kevin Spacey. Kyle will be very excited to hear this. Kyle, did you know that they're trying to nail down Kevin Spacey for World Peace 2?
Kyle,
that would be so tremendous.
It would be
tremendous. I'd love to see him in a comedic role.
Kyle
serious.
is the captain of the Kevin Spacey did nothing wrong club.
Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing.
Yeah. I mean, if you can play Kaiser Sose like that, you've earned a little leeway, right?
Frank Underwood was so fucking good that to harpoon that show for those frivolous charges, those unsubstantiated, non-committal reports by who knows who, many of whom have now passed
died
away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Under mysterious circumstances.
However,
probably hiding from their false accusations.
Yes, cowards.
I want to get Corey Feldman too.
Corey Feldman.
I think
he's a little old to attract Kevin
Get Macaulay
Spacey. You need a
Culkin.
Younger guy actor.
Here's what I want. I want to skip where Macaulay Culkin is forced to admit that.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what's that, Sam? Sorry, I missed you.
If we put Corey Feldman in enough makeup to sort of disguise him and make him look younger, could he at that point attract Kevin Spacey if Kevin Spacey didn't know?
That's a lot of makeup.
I
Is Corey
think
Feldman like 50?
Kevin Spacey, I bet he has a sixth sense for this. Not to say a third sense. Just a blind, deaf, dumb, crippled pedophile.
He can tell even if the guy was in like a full Mickey Mouse costume.
Corey Feldman,
very Dracula hairline. I like that.
Well, I was going to say he aged in such a way that when Hollywood tries to guess what an actor is going to look like in the future and they never get it right, they would have nailed it if they'd made he looks like they made child Corey Feldman old right there. He looks exactly like he used to. It's like makeup.
He does. Have you seen the guy who played what was his name? Beans on Even Steven? I mean, you guys are a little older than me. That Disney Channel show. That was pull up a picture. This is actually, I don't even want to actually, it's funny. Yeah. Pull up the picture that Zach, it is the most unfortunate aging of a child into an adult I've ever seen in my life. And it's the kind that hits you. Make sure it's a child and the side-by-side bit, because it's really, really rough. Like every once in a while you see a young, ugly child and you're like, that's a damn shame, because that little fella is going to grow up into an ugly man. And that's the situation.
The opposite happened to that one Harry Potter guy. He was a very ugly person in Harry Potter. Then he freaking killed people.
Oh, yeah. The not one of the main crew. You're talking about the Cedric, not Cedric Diggory. Cedric
there
Diggory
he is.
turned into fucking.
Damn.
Oh,
there's beans from Even Steven. See,
damn,
like,
he didn't have a phase in life at all where he was. He just went from one weird kind of look to another.
No, he went from pedophile victim to pedophile.
That's how that works sometimes. Yeah.
He looks like the victim and the accuser. If he ends up being a time traveler and completes that loop, I'd watch that movie. Hey, get him in that. Get him in that. That's what I want to see.
That poor guy. Get him some hair plugs. That would fix so much here. Yeah.
Oh my God. Or just a hairpiece. Or a hat.
A hat. Give him a hat.
Wow.
No, that's fucking the rapper.
I don't even know why this is an interesting
but I don't know
photo.
who that child is.
It's Post Malone.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
They're both Post Malone, clearly.
5 minutes or something, just so you know.
What?
I should probably head out in like 5 minutes.
Okay. What other questions you got for Sam, Kyle? God, that worked out too hard.
I wanted to see Macaulay Culkin on your show, and I'd like to see someone really put the nails to him once and for all on what Michael Jackson did to him, because he's been covering up for Michael for a long time.
Yeah.
And I want to know why, and I want to know if it's so that his brother Kieran can have a Hollywood career. I want to know if that's what he gets in exchange for his not just his silence, but his complacency and his false stories, alleged false stories.
Have you seen
by some?
You seen any of Corey Feldman's musical performances on Good Morning America or shows like that?
I have.
I think they let him have these perform. Like, he's terrible. He's the worst ever heard.
Is he really? Oh no.
At one point he was like a Michael Jackson impersonator. Like he just copied everything about his style and his vibe.
And feel him out on these TV shows that he has no business being on, like Good Morning, popular shows that normal people. And it's just obvious that the reason why he's able to get these gigs is for his extended silence about whoever did whatever to him in the 80s.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. It's like you can keep, being a peripheral member of this, club if you just don't spill the beans.
Part of the idea here, we get Kevin Spacey, we get Corey Feldman, we get him on the show, and then we just like lock him in a box with no phone.
Yeah.
And just like
no condoms.
I think I'd be good at extracting information in a way that would like minimize the legal damage later at a later point. Like I would just be like, you don't know what time it is. You've only been in this box for 5 minutes. And like hurting them in a way where it doesn't bruises.
Yeah, beating them with phone books or a bag of oranges.
Yeah, or just putting a lot of weight in their chest with like a soft rubber band. You're not. This doesn't hurt, does it? You're being hysterical right now. Tell me what you know.
This would be a good sketch. You just have to be the torturer. You're a natural.
Yeah, no, I'm ready for this. I think we got to get. We're trying to get as many washed-up Hollywood personalities as possible so that I can torture the basement. And then after that, we buy them Chick-fil-A and be like, "See, that wasn't so hard, was it? You got
Andy Dick. Get Andy Dick.
So dude, yes, Andy Dick. That's a good.
Andy
pick.
Dick is such an easy get. You got him now. I
don't think has he been molested as a child by Hollywood executives though?
For sure, dude. For sure.
Yeah, that guy's got a lot of stuff going on.
I think he's a molester. I think he did some. There were some improprieties. He did.
No, it doesn't mean he wasn't.
No. What does he know about the Hollywood hierarchy? Do you think he got information?
Honestly, no. I don't think he knows anything.
No, he was on an RV.
Pauly
only
Shore
used me blade, so probably not.
So Pauly Shore is one of those like Nepo babies, right? Like he'd be an interesting get to like talk about. I bet he's seen a lot of weird shit, and he's just he's had a real sad career. I thought he was funny as a kid. Remember that? Do you remember the Pauly Shore movies like Son-in-Law, Biodome?
I never liked
Encino Man.
Biodome was cool. I like Biodome.
I like Biodome too. Yeah.
Do you know? Like I didn't know this.
I think there was a Biodome too.
Oh, I meant as well.
I choose to believe you like the sequel.
yeah, the sequel was way better. It's kind of a Godfather 2 kind of thing.
That dude's only famous. Apparently, like I learned this from listening to like Opie and Anthony's show back in the day. Apparently, his mom owns like the biggest comedy club in New York, and that's enormous. That makes you very powerful, obviously. Yeah. And so he just started getting roles by extension because people wanted to play there. It seems like Sam and Kyle know this.
Well, the thing about the nepotism thing, like it's First of all, it's kind of a weird thing in 2023. It seems like a lot of people are first now learning about nepotism. Like why? Yeah. But the other thing is like all that means is that your parents were so cool that everybody around them wanted their kids around too. Like,
yeah.
You're one of these. If you're like on Twitter, you're complaining about nepotism. You're probably just unlovable and uncharismatic, and nobody in Hollywood would want you around their cool parties. Just because
they're fucking losers.
Like it, and you have a lot of like you talk a lot, like you have a lot of opinions. But Gwyneth Paltrow's kids, they're probably chill.
Yeah, they probably like. I bet in like the Hollywood circles, they have like some Little House on the Prairie rules for the kids, like speak when spoken to, like be quiet.
It's not my fault they suck at choosing parents. Take some responsibility for your actions.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the way it be.
Yes, you choose your parents.
I saw a good idea from Belarus today that Belarus made.
Where is this going?
It was that Belarus made it legal to pirate content from unfriendly countries.
Nice.
And honestly, I think that is a great idea. Like that's a really fucking good idea because I mean, honestly, it benefits Belarus way more than it would us because like I don't know any Belarusian actors, but like I think we should implement the same thing. Why should I have to pay when I could pirate from a film or movie or show or music or whatever game made in a different country that we don't like?
You're just trying to pirate Escape from Tarkov. I can see right through this.
Yeah, I am.
What content from foreign countries that are enemies is worth the shit?
I bet there's a funny Russian sketch show.
Tetris. It's Escape from Tarkov and Tetris. Those are the only two.
I don't know. There's probably
pirate products from stores you don't like.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pirate things from Target right now in real time. And as long as I keep it at $9.99, I can't go to jail. Actually, that's not true because here in Missouri, they still don't play. Like you go into a fucking Walmart and start robbing shit. Some guy's going to be very stoked at that.
Well, what's the law for 400 years of pirating melanin magic? Looks like nobody's facing any repercussions from that.
That's so fucking true, man.
I know. All right, guys.
All right.
Guys,
take care. Later, Sam. Bye, Timothy Cortland Reeves.
Cortland Reeves.
I don't know.
It's a made up It
was just a made up fucking waspy name that he thought was funny.
Guys, can we talk about Jeff Bezos' tweet?
We can in 1 minute. First, we're going to hear from Blue Chew. This episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew. As we head into the all right, give us another read. As we head into the holiday season, it's time to give yourself and your loved ones the gift that keeps on giving.
Flag Day!
It's Read Day, Blue Chew. The gift that keeps on giving and giving and giving.
I love our fucking out-of-date reads.
You know what? Let me see if I can find the read from fall.
It's a brand new year. Started off with
as we head into the holiday season.
Jesus Christ. What holidays are in January? Like legitimately. When is Arbor Day?
I was about to use Arbor Day as a bullshit example.
Next holiday to come, Valentine's Day?
When's President's Day at? It feels like one of the early months.
February 19th. It overlaps my birthday.
And I remember learning about the President's Days, and it takes me back to that cold, sterile classroom where it was taught. I can almost smell the fucking air and feel like I'm still kind of sleepy out of bed, like vibe of a 9-year-old learning bullshit about President's Day.
Yeah, learning about fucking Millard Fillmore and not caring.
I still don't know who Millard Fillmore is.
He was fat.
President, right?
He was a president. So? Yes, he was a president. Oh yeah, your loved ones, like as you head into the holiday season, it's time to give yourself and your loved ones a gift that keeps on giving and giving and giving. Which is today's sponsor, Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Get that extra confidence with the help of Blue Chew. Don't let the new year be hard as you want this January. Get hard this January. Start off 2023 with a nice hard dick. Now you can go try Blue Chew for free when you use a promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping, you cheap fuck. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Blue Chew are the perfect stop. Blue Chew is perfect for the new year to make your dick hard, to take on
Come on, you can stuff your January stockings, guys. Come on.
Like if you're like bad at putting stuff away, like visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast in the midst of the holiday season. So thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Yeah, guys, your dick's not living up to its potential. Get some Blue Chew. And our next sponsor.
Next sponsor is Lock and I'm glad I didn't. Actually, I should write that in the chat for the sponsor. Never mind. I was going to make a joke that might have lost us the sponsor. This episode of PKA also brought to you by Lock and Load, the highest quality, the premium cum pills that are going to have you busting in ways that you nor your partner knew were possible. So check it out on Derek's website, linked below, gorillamine.com, code PKA, code JIZ for 10% off this product or 10% off any other product there, which includes the best pre-workouts on the market, the best EAAs on the market, the best protein on the market, and the best weight loss supplements on the market, his pills. He's got something for everyone. Code PKA or code JIZ works on not only Lock and Load, everything at the site. Check it out. It's the perfect pill for 2023. People are talking about it. Everyone's talking about it. The official cum pill of the NBA. Actually, we can't say that. We're gonna get in trouble for that. Can we? Can we say that until the NBA?
What does NBA stand for again?
The National Busting Association.
There you go.
Yeah, the NBA, the National love you. The National Busting Association, the official product of that. And the NHL too, the National, oh my God, that's a lot of cum league. Yep. So check it out. What were we talking about?
Oh, we were going to talk about. Oh, what do you want to talk about?
Jeff Bezos' tweet, but
yes. No. That's the thing. Yeah. Go to that.
Okay, Zach, can you pull it up? And I want to smell you. I want to breathe you in. I want to hold you tight. I want to kiss your lips. I love you. I am in love with you. I love you alive, girl. I will show you with my body and my lips and my eyes very soon. Now, people are acting like this is creepy. This is quality sexting.
So she's clearly like Italian or Spanish or something. That's olive girl, right?
Oh, I just realized it's the blue side. Wait, Jeff is receiving this, right? Because if it says Jeff Bezos at the top and it's in blue, this is what she wrote him. No?
Why would she call him an alive girl?
It's from Jeff.
But why does it say Jeff at the top? Shouldn't it be her name?
Blue would be his.
He names her. It's Jefe. She's her.
Shouldn't it say like Mary or something at the top?
Jefe. I cannot wait to smell you as well.
I think we might be overthinking it. Where did this come from? How was it acquired? That's the story.
I made this. I mocked.
I feel like I'm Joe Rogan discussing for 11 minutes a fake tweet with 400 characters in it being an idiot. It doesn't make sense.
Where'd it come from? Where this? Because someone else sent me like some sort of Jeff Bezos related nonsense, and
you can't fake those kind of screenshots.
Okay, well,
dude, they don't have entire.
Let's work on legitimizing the story and come back to it. Oh, there we go. Page6.com is racy tech. That's racy. I want to kiss you. Woo-hoo! Kissy face Bezos.
Oh wait, he sent
that's
X-rated selfies.
That's like the level of like an Indian guy on Twitter harassing like models. Like, I want to kiss you very much.
Oh.
Posted in 2019. I mean,
I'm just skeptical because it doesn't work. Her name should be at the top, not his. And I maybe page6.com is a reputable source, but I've never heard of it.
Here's what I think happened. I think maybe they have just like mocked up what the text would look like poorly.
Maybe. So this is just whole cloth made up.
I think so. Here's what I'm sensitive about. I watched a Jerry episode, and in this episode, he says that he is unbullshittable. Something to do with his not having a father growing up and just seeing through bullshit. His bullshit detector is so finely tuned that he doesn't get hoodwinked like other people do. This is a dude who believed that the moon landing was faked. Now, in that same episode, he and his partner discussed for 11 minutes some fake tweet that had way more than 240 characters and how they didn't believe with what she was tweeting, which was like an anti-vax thing.
I mean, that's like a common, like very common, like you see this with advertising too, because advertising is just a form of propaganda. Like we've said before, like a very successful piece of propaganda is the idea that propaganda is pamphlets dropped from Nazi balloons. Like that's what people are meant to think. Like, no, propaganda is in every commercial, all this stuff. And so, I forgot where I was going.
It started off with the fake text, Joe Rogan's bullshit.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. In in advertising, that's the same world. And so the people who say like advertising, I'm not affected by that. That doesn't impact me at all. Those are the people who are unironically the most impacted by it because they don't even have a guard up to filter the propaganda being fed in. They see a commercial with people, drinking Coke, smiling at the park, and they internalize that thoughtlessly without even, you know what I mean? Like that. And so it's easy for people who think like, oh, I'm above advertising. Wow, what a hokey commercial. It's like, no, bitch, you're thinking about that brand right now. It worked.
So on advertising, I feel like I'm normal affected like everybody is. Influencers like YouTubers or whatever, I am a sucker for that. If I see some motorcyclist riding off road that's better than me, I am like zooming in to see what boots he has. Like I'm all about it.
This
what
monitor, this is Shroud's monitor.
Oh yeah, I'm not alone.
If it's good enough for Shroud,
it's good enough for
this guy. Like,
yeah,
why not?
Shroud might be paid to choose that monitor, but on the other hand,
but he wouldn't play on a shitty monitor for it'd take a lot of money.
I agree
with that.
I agree. There might be 6 monitors he's okay with, but that's one of them. Awful. Yeah, right.
This is terrible.
$3 million,
right? Yeah, but I'm a sucker for what influencers tell me is good, and I don't know. I always will be, I guess.
I tell you what, somebody that got me recently. I don't remember the guy's name, but there's this guy on YouTube who runs like an animal rescue type thing, like out of his house. Like he's got a big like ranch or whatever. And he's a big muscly guy himself. Like I can't remember his name. I'm trying to describe him in case you come upon him. But he does like these one-off videos where he's like rescuing a new dog. And he's like, I'm going to give you a family. And like makes this dog part of his like pack of dogs. And each dog has an individually awful, sad story that'll make you cry.
Of course.
And like, and then I was like, this guy needs $100 real fucking bad. I'm over there crying. I'm crying I'm on PayPal crying money so he can buy like a day's worth of dog food for his 18 sick, old, retarded, crippled, blind, AIDS-infected dogs.
You may have YouTube Shorts keeps pushing these videos to me, and I keep watching them, so it just continues. This guy is a dog trainer, and he brings in these aggressive dogs to like his backyard. It's fenced in, but imagine like with a fence with a roof and tall walls and everything. And he's like, here's a fucking whatever Doberman with aggression issues. So I introduce him to my pit bull who deals with dogs that think they're tough. And he always gets his dogs to alpha lesser tough dogs and until they learn to submit, and I think it's pretty fun to watch. You have seen it. Okay.
Yeah, I like that a lot. It works. Like it sounds hokey and like are you just sicking your dog on these other dogs? But in reality, the dog isn't trying to like fight them. His dog is just kind of, I don't know, using some dog language to be like, hey, that's not cool, you got to chill out. Nope. Yeah, not cool, you got to chill out. Do you want to fight? Because we can go there.
Yeah, that's exactly it. All in dog language, and he narrates it where he's like, do you see this dog? He hasn't submitted yet. There he is. Now he's bowing his head. Now he's doing this, and his dog always wins, at least.
And it's like a better social vibe afterwards. Like everybody's happier for it. Like everything's a lot more copacetic afterwards.
Yeah.
No, I like all those videos. It's weird how the algorithm works. It's so good. It's got to be the most expensive algorithm, the most heavily developed algorithm that there is. Like that YouTube algorithm. There's so much money in that thing, and it works so goddamn well. I watch it in real time, adjusting and learning sometimes I'll fuck up because I'm playing Tarkov on one screen, I got the shorts on the other, and I'll be like, fuck, I let that one roll 3 goddamn times. Now it thinks I like Brendan Schaub. So now I got to be quick on the gun to like get rid of his bullshit now, or it's because now it's just sending me like every other one's Brendan Schaub, like with one of his nonsense takes. It's wild how fast it learns. So you've got to be careful not to. It's a little bit like that Tinder algorithm, how like people will swipe on every girl, and it's like no. It's gonna see you as like. If you were more selective, it's going to view you as someone who's a selective member who means what they say. If you keep doing that, it's going to blow you out and like do some bad stuff to you. It's going to.
I've heard that about Tinder. I remember when Tinder first came out, people just swiped constantly. Like either they didn't know the algorithm or the algorithm wasn't sophisticated back then. I saw a guy. He had a chicken cutlet, just automated spinning. It swiped right on every girl, so he didn't have to.
Yeah,
ruining.
I'm trying to think what I did.
It's gross, but it worked.
Yeah,
I thought it was heat. I thought you had to have like some kind of heat in your hand for touch screens to work.
I think it's melanin magic.
No, trust me, there's no way. Yeah, dead person's finger would work just fine, like, for sure.
You're right. I wonder a dead person's face.
What do you think they do? You think if you're in the winter, phones just don't work anymore? Like,
I don't know how it works.
Like it sensed like heat or something like that on your finger.
It's
because if you wear like thick
heat.
Yeah, if you wear like big thick winter gloves, you can't do it because it's not just touch.
Because of the texture of the glove. That's why they make those special gloves with the texturized tips so that you can operate.
All of those are super super thin, and I was always like, maybe that is something.
It's transferring warmth.
If this is stupid, I was joking.
Oh, that's a good one then.
No, you're probably right. I'm not willing to totally. No, I won't come to the table.
Is it just back away from this one? Capacitance? What is this term where like your body can hold electricity? The conducting layer is connected to a low voltage for a short period of time. Tiny electric current on the screen. I'm right. This leaves with a small electric charge, and when your finger touches the screen, some of the small charge flows onto it. Oh, I sort of thought it received it.
And what is electricity if not hot?
Touche. I lose. But yeah, that's why electrons. You could take a sticker, put it on a regular big fat winter glove, and get it to work.
Certainly so. Or on the pencil eraser.
Know that. I thought it had something to do with heat this whole time.
No, you could absolutely Homer Simpson like Tinder. Remember when he had the little drinking bird, keeping the plants from melting down?
Why?
It's venting the fucking waste.
Yeah, where he's like, vent the radioactive waste. YES. And then he finds out he can just hit Y. He's like, Marge, I just tripled my productivity. Like they just hit Y over and over. I ordered a new PC. Finally.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Mine's at the repair shop because
I finally got it ordered. It's I got the 4090.
Get out. Ooh. You output everyone else on the call.
Yeah, I went with the 4090. I got it's got 1,000-watt power supply, 32 gig. It's got 32 gigs of RAM, a 4090. It's gonna be cool. It had a bunch. It's a pre-built one.
Magic the Gathering.
No, you see, I'm gonna be able to play Age of Empires 2 in the finest quality.
Taylor, you have to get a new monitor now. You realize that, right?
No, it's funny.
No. I found out this one is up to code. This one's up to snuff.
It does the full 60.
This Asus can do everything. And this one can do most of it. This one's dog shit. This one, it needs to be thrown away probably.
What is everything?
No. All right.
You might not know.
All right. So let me share a little wisdom before we go like a layer too deep here. So like, in my opinion, unless you're a different kind of use case than me, I like to game on one good monitor that I got right here. I got the like I said,
The
shroud monitor. Well, it's a BenQ monitor. But my peripheral monitors, I see no reason because what they do is they play YouTube videos and they do Discord. So they're 1080p 60 hertz monitors because who fucking cares?
Yeah.
Like
that's what that guy
I don't know
right
why.
There.
Yeah, they're like whatever HP makes the cheapest stuff. That's what goes over there.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I'm thinking. But as far as your main monitor, what I'm saying is you really need to step up to another resolution and a lot more hertz if you're gonna have a 4090 graphics. If you're gonna have a $1,600 graphics card, Jesus Christ.
I don't know, man. I'll figure it out. It'll be fun.
Oh,
how many
no.
hertz is your primary?
That reaction is not a good one. That means you're
hertz
not
is
going to
your
figure it out
primary
at all.
monitor, Taylor? How many hertz is your primary monitor?
Oh man, just a bunch.
Kyle, he said this one does all
No,
the
this
things.
one 144 hertz.
HD and
This one says 144 hertz. Is that right?
Okay, that's
But what's the resolution,
Okay.
Taylor?
1080.
How do I check that?
See, it's 1080p. And
No,
I
it's
bet
not
you
that
have-
because everything I move from my 1080p one over here gets teeny tiny.
It's probably 1440 then.
Okay, all right. Well,
1440
be
and
wrong.
144.
Where do you
seems
go
good.
to okay, display? Look at this. We're figuring it out. Okay.
Do you think he has the right cable and 144 hertz enabled?
Probably not. No. And then
Like
enabling it's tricky. You gotta like go to one of the cards.
you got to right click. Display settings.
I remembered going to some NVIDIA control panel or something.
Yeah, there's that's what.
Okay, display
I thought
resolution.
display settings.
Wait, display resolution, is that what it
Yeah.
is?
Okay,
3840 by 2160.
That's 4K, isn't it?
that's 4K.
Yeah, I told you this is a 4K monitor.
Okay,
Oh,
how many
did you?
hertz?
I didn't listen.
I
You
didn't
said
listen either.
144 earlier.
Oh, I thought that's what it was. Maybe it's not.
Okay, so 4K is the resolution. How many hertz are we getting? How many frames per
Oh
second?
my god, man! I don't know. Where is
Crucial.
it? Where
These
do
are
I
crucial
look that up?
numbers.
Okay,
How much was
advanced
How much
display
was your PC?
Don't distract
like
him, Woody.
3600.
I just want to know how much you wasted on a shitty monitor. He's like, I've got this $3,600 PC. I connected it to my Etch-a-Sketch. It still looks like shit.
I mean, I'll be able to plug it in and be like convincing myself a 25-year-old game looks better. Like Age of Empires, like, no, I kind of get it. No, I kind of get it.
To be honest, if it is 4K at 144, then it really is. Your investment in computer is warranted.
Yeah,
That's hard
I
to
don't know
agree.
where to find hertz.
I agree.
Okay,
If
well,
you're-
if I look later and I find it and it's not the right hertz, what is the name of the one you have, Kyle? And is it a curved monitor? Because I don't want a curved one.
We'll have a different conversation if your monitor isn't up to snuff. We'll have to do some fucking research because my monitor is a different use case than yours. You should play at 4K. You're not going to play any games that are. We'll talk about it later. I bet you're not even using the right cable though. Like because 4K 144 hertz cable. I don't even know if the cable I use handles that. I bet it's a fancy cable of some kind.
4K requires a fancy cable, so maybe he does.
There's no way I have the right cable. There's no way.
Okay.
Like
Well, if you're playing it in 4K,
I
it can't be too
appreciate.
shitty.
I mean, like I don't see quite in 4K, so I'm not sure if this is that much better than anything else. But you're right. Like these two, I'm going to keep the same because that one just has Discord and this one just plays Old Opie and Anthony.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll figure it out later about the. We just want to make sure you're getting all the.
You
frames
really
per
need a
second
streaming
because-
PC for the Open and Anthony monitor.
Yes. Yeah, I need a streaming PC. I'm going to save this PC and then use it as a streaming PC. And like, it's just I'm going to get so aggravated trying to set this up. Like, I'm going to get annoyed. With
I'm
it.
sure there's a YouTube video with some Indian guy like knocks it out of the park in 3 minutes flat.
3 minutes the whole time. I'm like pausing, rewinding.
I watch.
Connect this cable to the backward port. And it's like,
Are there videos on YouTube that you'll watch or anywhere really where you'll watch in fast forward and some that you'll different kinds where you're watching slow motion? Because if I'm watching a video that's trying to teach me a whole thing, fast forward that bitch. But if sometimes I got to slow-mo like certain stuff so that I can like figure out what the fuck's going on.
I mean, I know I've never listened to I think once I listened to a video on fast forward and I hate that cadence so much I switched back. I don't listen.
If the content creator's a slow talker, I fast forward him and I do it with aggression and malice in my heart. Like,
Yeah. I'm angry at him. Like there's a couple. So I watch a lot of like descriptive like Tarkov videos recently because I'm doing all these stupid tasks where you move around the map, and I need him to tell me in a quick fashion because I'm like in the raid hiding in a corner and there's bad men around, so I can't be on my other monitor too long. And this guy is like taking the time to loot and stuff on the way to the. And it's like, dude, show me where the door is. Do not pick up that bottle of isopropyl alcohol. You do not need that. Teach me what I need to know. So I put those guys on 2 times speed, and my information diet doubles in speed that way. It's a beautiful thing. I am dominating Tarkov, Woody. It is just a great time. I got the hideout done. Everything's maxed. I don't do the Bitcoin farm, but everything
I was gonna say
done.
like that's
doesn't pay for itself. It's just silly. It's like, hey, you want to throw money away for no fucking reason? No.
Are you sure? Because you'll also get to babysit it as you slowly get that money out.
No.
You're not looking for some babysitting jobs.
But yeah, they have completely shifted the whole Tarkov meta. I don't want to do a whole Tarkov like talk thing, but this is the biggest change the game has had in its, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 year existence, whatever it's been, as far as a meta shift. They have moved almost all of the what we thought of as mid-game, end-game gear. They have moved it much further down the road, and they have made the quantities of it much lower, and they've made the availability of these things much lower. These are items like high-quality scopes. These are items like armor-piercing ammunition types. These are the most prevalently used armor and rig items. The things that just kind of are good at close range and long range that everybody ends up just using it because it's the meta. Nah, we don't like that. Push it forward.
Keep yourself supplied with the right ammo by crafting it.
Not even close. You can make like 120 BP a day or something, and it's very expensive. Yeah, not even close. Yeah. No. But you need level 4 traders essentially to get to any decent amount of armor piercing ammo, and it's not decent. Like 100 per reset and of M80, for example, I think. So and the scopes again, and then things have been taken off the fleet. Things have been taken completely out of the game. Things have been taken completely away from the traders in some situations, like the 7.62 by 39 millimeter BP ammunition, the armor piercing ammo. It's a huge shift in the game, and it's going to make the early wipe last much longer, and it's going to make the people who play a lot but maybe aren't successful every raid, you're going to run out of armor. You're not going to be able to get any more level 4 armor. You have to go to put your level 3 armor on. You're going to see a lot of like lightly armored people and people without great ammunition in their guns, and that's a cool shift because usually a couple months into this game, everybody has guns that kill super lightning fast, and everybody has armor that it is expensive. It is the best armor, but now it just kind of feels useless because, again, everybody has the ammo that cuts through it in huge quantities. So these are great changes.
People would go to labs and get trooper armor and just flood the flea with it.
They fucked all that too. the ammo that spawns on scavs is the shittiest of ammo now. Like you can't even get the okay stuff. It'll be hollow point ammo in their guns. It'll be the ammo that doesn't penetrate the PKA. That's just flesh ammo and shit like that, and in small quantities.
But labs, they're raiders and they're better equipped, but not anymore.
I've been killing raiders on reserve, and they drop horse shit. They drop AKs that are like barely put together, like they don't even put the sights on them, so you can't get those. The ammo in them is kind of mid to poor, like PS ammo from 5.45. They're not dropping BP or anything. They're not dropping armor piercing ammo. They're all shooting flesh ammo at you. And so you can't farm up a bunch of it from them. Seemingly, I haven't seen it. I don't know. I don't play labs. Labs is full of cheaters. Labs is 100% full of cheaters. I would not go there, and if I wanted to have a good time.
That's been the meta for a while now, and I just keep hoping it changes. I've heard Reserve is another map that's kind of too cheater.
Haven't seen one. I play a ton of Reserve. I got a Red Rebel, so I'm just in and out of there a lot, fighting the Raiders. It's been my favorite wipe of all time. I've never had this much fun playing that game before. Nice. Playing by myself makes it so much more fun. It speeds. I get much more game time in when I'm not having to wait on people.
Yeah,
it's one of those games where everybody's got to get their fucking shoes fucking tied. Yeah. And did you put your baseball cap on? No, the blue one, not the red one, dummy. We got to have our blue ones on for this. And it's like, if I were just by myself, I'd have already been out, like sold all the shit I got the first time and been gone on another fucking mission.
It's
and
hard,
then there's being
right?
in raid. Maybe you spawn in raid, you find whatever 6 things, and you're like, you know what? I could go right now and this would be a victory. But no, your friends want to play 40 more minutes on this map.
Nah, I don't do that shit.
The whole time you're at risk for losing the things that you're happy to have, and it's a problem.
But being alone seems like it would make it harder in a way where like you like a couple guys come up on you. Like my understanding of this game is like it's not common like COD to just tap people. Like you're kind of fucked, right? You have to be sneaky.
So there are some advantages and disadvantages to playing solo. Obviously, I'm outnumbered, but unless they're fucking SEAL Team 6 over there, it's hard to play in a group. If gunfire breaks out, you might look over and see your buddy and take a like, wait, is that you? Is this that? When I see a thing, it dies. Like anything in the field is an enemy. I can immediately go bang and shoot. They have to take a second. And I'm always getting to see them first because I'm walking and they're a big, loud, noisy group thundering around. Mm-hmm. So I can set up and kill the first one with one shot. And now it's like a 1v1 or a 1v2. And if I'm suppressed, like silencers this wipe, they've changed the audio mostly for the bad. But the one thing they did that is wild, suppressors are so effective now that you can't hear the gunshot at all at any kind of reasonable distance. So it's like
That's
a
not
ghost.
very fair.
It's like a ghost is beating you up. That's what it. You're running along or walking along in the night, and all of a sudden, your guy goes, and you're like, "What the fuck?" And there's a little icon that shows your HP, and you're like, "Someone just shot me in the arm." So you start running, and someone just shot me in the chest. And
where could he be? That he got me here and here. So like, start thinking it through. Like
and what do? Stand still and start spinning like a lighthouse? No, you're fucked. If they have a good enough vantage point, they'll just pick you to death with their suppressors. It's a nasty, mean game. So playing solo, I've definitely had instances where like there were 4 of them, and I stupidly shot one of them, and then they all turn around like, "What were you thinking?" and just bully me to death. They all gun me down.
To add to what Kyle said, though, when you solo and you hear footsteps, you know there's a problem. If I'm in a group of 3, audio almost doesn't help me much because I'm constantly hearing my friends thump, thump, thump everywhere, and I can't usually recognize like footsteps and know that there's danger. I'll assume it's Kyle.
When I play with a group, I usually run the group. And kind of decide where we go and what we do. And one thing that I do a lot is I'll tell everyone to go silent, which means just completely stop moving. That means don't open don't press tab and look in your pocket. That means don't swivel in place. That means don't touch your fucking shit. And if you are touching it, don't release what you're touching. Because if everybody can go silent simultaneously, then the enemy won't have time to match our silence. We'll hear him creep, creep, creep. Like if he's like using our steps to mask his, and we're doing that constantly, like it's a haunted mansion. Because it is.
Are you all like you said there's not uniforms? Like
there are. There's
so much shit in this game. Oh, so you could all be wearing like a red shirt or a red something.
Yeah, we could all like so do you know, Woody, about going to Ragman and like buying the uniforms? There's all the different clothing options.
Oh yeah, sure. When you unlock them with different levels, and there's also the armbands. But I would still argue, like when I play with teams, it seems like they all dress differently every raid, and they're dressing based on what they have. And
one thing, sometimes that happens. We have coordinated, like we'll all wear cowboy hats sometimes. That's a good one. Everybody's got cowboy hats on. You can quickly be like, "Oh, there's Pecos Bill. I know not to shoot him." You see anybody without a cowboy hat, it's guns up. That's an Indian. You know what's up.
But you just gotta hope there's not one very stylish badass that wanders into your midst.
It's happened.
Really? That's funny. So
here's
one
what
guy just came in. Hey fellers, I'm part of this here rootin' tootin' gang.
You know what's happened to me or my friends? I used to rock this backpack. It's called a Pilgrim. It's very large, which is why I liked it, and it's purple, which is why no one else likes it. People feel like it makes them too seen. I had my own theory that was, they're really seeing the movement, and having a different backpack rarely makes the difference between being seen and not seen. That was my thought. But because pilgrims aren't desirable, and they're big, that means they're expensive. I'm sorry, they're inexpensive for what you get, and I'm the only one that has one.
Yep.
So when people like I'd be playing with whatever Larry, and he would not kill people with pilgrims because it's basically Woody's uniform. And I'll rock that red neoprene face mask and a pilgrim because I don't buy the color thing being a big issue.
Yeah,
and it stops me from getting team killed.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just don't like playing with team because I will team kill. Like I do my best not to. I try, but like in a clutch situation, I feel like it's better to pull the trigger and kill something than not.
I'll tell you though, if your teammate has a red neoprene mask and a pilgrim, you probably know it. You don't team kill that guy.
Every game of every match of this game is a little like story or movie. So sometimes it's a very boring story, but sometimes it can be a compelling one. Like my friend and I were creeping through this health resort one night with our night vision goggles on during a storm, so we couldn't hear very much. And we were near some barbed wire, so we had to approach it carefully. And suddenly, a man that we didn't know about dropped from the floor above through a hole in the ceiling right between us in the darkness. So I start hosing him down with this overpowered machine gun. And I don't stop until there's nothing alive in front of me, including my friend. No. And I killed the enemy first, but I couldn't be sure. So I just kept going because the worst thing would be if I killed my friend first and let the enemy live. So I decided immediately they both have to be shot.
I mean, that's
what it's like playing squad with me.
that like any good general has to make.
Yes, that's how I see myself, as the general.
Yeah, as the colonel of sorts of the Krieg. The Krieg.
Have you finished the book?
I haven't. I'm most of the way through, and it's really good. I'm like literally looking at the books in the back list because you know how they have those things that say like other things by this author. Like I'm gonna look into those and buy some because like I don't know a better way to like put it than like a popcorn book. Like you're not like, it's not like you're trying to learn, like you're just absorbing it passively, well, actively because you're reading, but you know, you're engaging with it. Like if you miss a little detail here or there, not the biggest deal, but it's just a cool ass story. There's I have never read a book that just has more fights and violence interspersed. Like it constantly fights, constantly violence. It does not have the vibe of like a true like epic like Lord of the Rings where it's like you're waiting for Helm's Deep, waiting for Minas Tirith. With this, there's so much violence in this world that it's not even within the context of the world. It's not as though they're shoveling violence in. It's the default is this much violence, and so it doesn't feel as forced. I'm really liking it. This is such a cool universe. The whole races and creatures. The whole mantra of Warhammer is, there is only war. In the 41st millennia, there is only war, and it's sort of a day-to-day. Every day is a battle. Every day, and like in that book, at least by the middle point, another battle happened today. We met the enemy again today because it's essentially World War I in space. They wear very like World War I uniforms to some extent, where they're like spacey, like advanced versions of them. It's good. It's good. I liked it a lot. It was I liked it because I was curious about the Krieg, like because I've read about them in other books, and I wanted their backstory and I wanted to know what their deal was because they're I liked
mysterious.
There are like cool little throwbacks to like the world that we live in now, like the traditional Terra or whatever, and like that's really cool too. Like I like they'll say things like, yeah, they're called the Krieg, believe it or not, back on Terra many millennia ago. That was a word for a language that just meant war. And it's like, oh, cool. It's like they're talking about the German people and German language as in the way you would talk about a group that was 35,000 years ago. Like we don't know German anymore, fell to history, but there was a language on Terra where Krieg just meant war. And it's like, oh, wow. Like that kind of stuff, like those little flavor additions, I think are really cool. It fills out the world very well.
If you ever want to like watch an interesting thing about the Emperor in particular, there's this little, I think it's a fan animation. It probably is called The Last Church. And it's a little long. I think it might be 30 minutes long. And essentially, it's the emperor of mankind visiting the last church on Earth because he's purged them all. His big thing was science is our religion. Like there are no gods.
And I am God.
That happened later.
That was a revisionist thing I learned. Well, I learned that through a video, not through Krieg.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He would not have liked what they're doing with the worship now, or maybe he would. Dun, 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 dun. But it's him visiting this priest, and he doesn't reveal himself to be who he is, but he has this long conversation with the priest, and it's really good. Like I don't know, I sat there compelled for 30 or 40 minutes watching it. I liked that a lot. I'll tell you what else I've been watching: those submarine World War II animation videos. I cried today. I cried at one of them today. Let me tell you,
submarine video.
Yeah. So this one wasn't specifically submarines, but it was
so deep and alone.
Hear me out. There's cold and dark down there.
Other ships to keep them company.
Yeah. Just recycled farts and the guy next to you. We're all like steel can down here. No, this one wasn't specifically submarines. It was the tale of a British boat. So essentially, it was early World War One, or I think one. And the situation was that a German vessel had gotten into the Atlantic unseen by the Royal Navy, and there was a huge merchant fleet that was heading back toward England with 37, I believe, vessels. And they're all civilians. It's a merchant fleet. They're goods, fuel, stuff like that. But, not military men, not armed vessels, 37 of them. And amongst them, as sort of a ceremonial or like a token protector, is this boat that used to be a cruise liner. It used to be take the trip to fucking Australia and back with civilians on a cruise liner, and they had strapped 6-inch guns onto it. Okay, they strapped like multiple 6-inch guns, some of them from the 1800s. And this is the defender of this of these boats. Well, they spot this gigantic battleship from German battleship off in the distance. This thing has multiple like 11 or 12-inch guns. It outranges them by like kilometers, and so they flash the lights. Identify yourself to the Germans. The Germans don't speak English flashy flash, so they reply back with the same thing. You identify yourself, and the English are like, aha, we know this German ruse. Get them. So they have instantly make the decision what has to be done. The fleet has to scatter. They have to throw up a smoke screen. And the cruise liner with its 6-inch guns from the 1800s has to steam as fast as it can headlong into the German battleship and hold it off as long as it can. And the battle does not go their way. Their guns are so outranged that they don't get to hit the Germans. Ship. The Germans keep their distance and slowly kill the Englishmen, even when the captain's arm is blown away and his leg is shredded. He refuses to stop commanding the vessel, and he says to keep shooting the guns at maximum elevation. We've got to distract them and let the fleet get away. And in the end, over 30 of the vessels made it because of their sacrifice. And I was getting all teared up.
That's an incredible sacrifice.
When I realized they weren't going. And the worst part was, it was like these were like merchant marines, like. They weren't. They didn't have military training per se. They had been part of the crew beforehand when it was a goddamn cruise liner.
Oh, so they
many of them were.
They brought drinks to
employees.
People and snacks.
They got like the original crew manning many of the positions, and to a man.
People should know this story, man. That's unbelievable bravery on behalf of those people.
I felt so, but every one of these stories is kind of similar with like the heroics and the crazy stuff. I don't know how it's on YouTube and not on the History Channel. The History Channel is such a piece of shit for not having cool stuff
those
like that on there.
Cunts with
it's
their
so
aliens.
cheap to make.
It's like Sister Wives instead.
Yeah, that's what TLC is. The Learning Channel. Remember the Learning Channel? And now
it used to be surgeries.
My 1,000-pound sisters or whatever the
fuck. For y'all young folks out there, there was a program on the Learning Channel, TLC, called Operation. You know what it was? It was 45-minute human operation procedures. I saw them like give somebody a cornea transplant, and like I definitely saw someone get their
appendix removed.
Spacing. No, when you get neutered as a not neutered, but fixed as a man.
Vasectomy.
Thank you. I couldn't think of that word.
It's like you watched a man be castrated on the Learning Channel.
I couldn't get all circumcised.
Made him a eunuch.
It's like that Arab seems pretty Taliban, or that doctor seems pretty Taliban. Damn it,
Doctor la 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 la. No, they just had the operations there, and I remember sitting with my mother at like 7 p.m., 8 p.m. at night, watching them stitch some lady's fucking cervix up or something. Right? It was crazy.
Yeah. Did you ever see the breast implant ones where you could almost the nipple and like most of the good boob area was blurred out, but like seeing that as like a 13-year-old on TLC was like,
hey dude, check out Channel 5. There's a breast exam on.
Yeah. There was this one. There was this
Taylor
one show.
That movie. I bet he doesn't.
I don't know.
You don't get that reference. You didn't. Woody gets the reference.
It was a good reference, Taylor.
You are when Woody has the reference and gets the fucking friendly chuckle for me, and you're left in the cold. Go watch Office Space. Go watch it.
Oh, I've seen Office Space. I must have just missed the joke.
You need better recall.
You need better recall.
I'm gonna need you to get some Adderall. All right, I'm all drugged up over here, and I'm getting these references.
You're just snap. Dude, I'm gonna get on Adderall. I'm gonna get thin.
How's your diet going, Taylor? I know that you've been on it for a couple months now.
Yeah, I've been doing good. I like pretty much as I have like a couple beers right now, but these are 99 calories, so it's not a big deal. Like I've been doing pretty great, honestly. Like I'm still losing weight in like a slow, sustainable way.
You haven't shared numbers yet. You choose not to.
I'm going by clothes. I want to get to where I fit into my thinnest clothes, and then I'm going to weigh myself. So I'm not 100% sure how much I weigh exactly.
You don't want to know your numbers.
I have gone through 2 shifts of clothes. And so
I'm not saying you're not losing weight. I
no. I was just saying like
psychology is interesting.
Yeah, like it.
The methodology is interesting.
The methodology is interesting, I suppose. You're right. Like I like that feeling of just like I put on a pair of jeans just a couple weeks ago, just out of nowhere, being like, I remember these looked kind of good on me back in the day. Put them on, fit like a dream, and I was like this is one of those things. Like,
fuck yeah,
hell yeah!
I'm gonna start wearing belts again.
I'm gonna start. Well, that's like crazy.
I'm gonna tuck my shirt in.
No, I look like a fat idiot with my shirt tucked in because I have very broad shoulders, but I have birthing hips. Yeah, I could definitely, Woody and I could push out a couple of babies with our hips. And like Kyle's got narrow hips, so he doesn't know the struggle that we go through.
But I feel like my hips are narrow, but like right above it, like that bone, like the one that like supports the Adonis lines on the front, like whatever that shit is, those hip bones, like I feel like mine stick way out.
Kyle, when you were really lean, like what is it, 2 years ago, 18 months ago? Yeah. What size pants did you wear? 26?
Oh,
8?
No, like 28, 29, something like that. Yeah.
I don't think there's.
I'm like 33 right now.
I'm 34 right now, and I don't think I can get much thinner. Like I can get thinner, but it wouldn't change my pant size. Like
no. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like
maybe
I don't think you could get more. You could get thinner, and it would be an aesthetic advantage because
I could do a little
like the fat that you're losing it when you're going from like I would say you're probably below. You're definitely below 16%. You're probably below 15. You might be below 14. Somewhere around 14 to 15, I would guess.
You might be judging me from December. I ate restaurant food for a month, Kyle.
It's more likely that you had a lot of sodium and you're carrying some water than anything. I bet if you did like a water fast, like you'd be surprised how good you'd look overnight. But I think that like I don't know if it's a good look to get down to 10% body fat for most people. Like you're so goddamn veiny and you look kind of gaunt. Like and you feel a little like that too. It's like I don't know, your body's kind of running on fumes all the time. So because so it kind of feels like if you ever were to be without food for an extended point, like you're not set up for that anymore. Like when you're down to 10% body fat or whatever whatever I said is what it was, whatever the paper said, 8.5%, 9.5%, something like that. I couldn't go a week without food. I don't think I might have died.
You might have died.
Because like Richard,
your body would just be like, we're out of electrolytes. Like
season 1 survivor, Richard Hatch shows up, chubby as fuck, a good 30, 40 pounds overweight. He won the shit because he could handle it. That 30 or 40 pounds was 120,000 extra calories he was carrying around. He had it like a camel. Everybody else showed up with 6-packs, rocking like veins in their biceps. They didn't have reserves.
Yeah. That is like the smartest tactical move of a reality show person ever, I think, because he was
just a fat guy.
Oh, I thought that he like
put on weight before.
I thought he literally gained weight beforehand. Maybe that was
people
like
have on these shows, but I don't think people have on these shows. I don't think Richard's in that category.
Okay. But he was season 1. So like if he had done that, he would have been the
next level brain.
He went to prison for tax evasion. He didn't pay taxes on that $1 million.
Taxes is the only thing that they will get you for. Always.
And
they're hiring more IRS agents now too.
Boo!
No, they're not. No, they're not.
They are though.
Boo to the IRS.
Well, the Republicans tried.
They did. Yeah, that's true. The Republicans passed a bill in the House that like defunds the IRS. But it's not going to get through the Senate, of course, and certainly not going to get through the presidency.
Of course not. But that's a good one. That's a good one. Getting rid of the IRS, dude. If the Democrats got together and were like, "No more IRS," I'd be like, "Fucking pin a D to me, baby." Like, it's
a good move. It's a smart move. I know politics to me, but like when Trump was president and they had the Senate, all the Democrats had was the House, and they passed bill after bill after bill that couldn't pass because they didn't have enough power.
Yeah,
but they couldn't become law, I should say, because they didn't have the power. But at least they were for something. They were like, "Hey, look, this is what we would do if we did have the power. Keep that in mind next time you vote."
Does look good. They're working.
And I wanted the Republicans to do something similar. And you know what? At least with this IRS thing, they got one.
Yeah, because they're not only voting to defund the IRS. Their whole point was that the Democrats are hiring like some absurd number of new IRS agents, right?
I saw that. That's
am I wrong about that?
No, they are hiring a huge amount of new IRS agents reportedly.
The problem is it's half true. So what happened was there was a report that said the IRS needs 87,000 agents over the next 10 years. Or 87,000 employees over the next 10 years. Cool. That sounds huge, right? But the Republicans act like they're all agents when they're not. There's IT professionals, which might be more dangerous than agents, and HR employees and all that other bullshit, right? So
those OnlyFans bitches. Oh, I'm all right. If there was a squad for that,
I mean, I get their point though, because like I understand there are HR people. It's a small percentage, I would guess, but like, are more or fewer people going to be audited? Because of way more. And I saw something that was like a huge amount of the new people being audited are like making $75,000 a year.
That part's untrue. They're making 400,000 or more.
And no, but that's like that same bullshit with like no new taxes for people. Like they always do shit like that where they set an anchor point so high that people are like, oh, well, that doesn't affect me. And then it ends up rolling out. And
well, the thing about the IRS is they try to audit people where they'll get some money out of it. So if you're talking about a regular guy making $75,000 off a W-2, there's no fucking cheating to be happen there. What do they exaggerate their charitable contribution by $100?
How much did they get away with? Is your point? You need a lot of income to interest them because I mean,
not really.
You want to target
the IRS. If the IRS isn't uncovering tax cheats and like drawing those funds in. If they weren't making sense, they're not like the post office. Okay, they can't lose money.
Yeah.
Okay, like clearly they're catching people.
That's very funny. That's good.
Every dollar you spend in the IRS brings $3 in. But as a taxpayer, I'm like, I don't know. I still don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. It's not enough. The roads aren't even nice. Like, get it together.
Ours are.
Yours are nice in Atlanta.
Atlanta has
our roads in St. Well, actually, if you're out in the suburbs of St. Louis, like the roads are nice. It's like if I go to a Blues game, it looks like a Ukraine war zone.
I'm sorry.
I travel a bunch. the states that have better climates have better roads, and I think that's a huge part of it.
You're so right. It's the salting and the freezing. If you have multiple freezes, if they ever have to scrape and if they ever have to salt, you have a completely different playing field, and it's not fair from anybody in Texas to say shit. Texas ought to have better roads. I'll say this: there's some parts of Texas, it's pristine. It's like y'all spent so much money on this highway. There's not even enough people out here to justify this. Thank you so much. Like, I felt appreciative at times.
Nice.
You know, when you change from like rough road to that smooth black asphalt, and it just goes like the car gets quieter and smoother. That's what Texas highways are like sometimes. Like maybe not when it's when you're going through when you're going through like refinery country and you see like the burners like burning the exhaust fumes at night. Those aren't the good roads, all right? That's not what I'm talking about. But like out where you need a brush guard to make sure the deer doesn't kill you and your family, so you gotta splatter them bitches. Those are some nice ass 2-lane roads.
You know what else Texas has that's nice and infrastructure, and like let's say the West, they're freight trains. Good God! So I learned about this recently. Freight trains used to be 5,000 feet long max, because a huge part of freight train operations was moving coal, which is heavy. So they have these shorter 50-foot long, there's a word for the cart, but whatever, you know, the little cart. Now those carts went from 50 feet to like 200 feet on the big ones. And they're not moving coal, which is dense and heavy. They're moving like Amazon packages and shit like that, which is mostly air. So these trains went from 5,000 feet to 15,000 feet, nearly 3 miles long. And they blew my mind when I waited like minutes and minutes and minutes for them to go by. Like, I'm putting my kickstand down, turning off the engine, and just watching train for a while because there's nothing else I'm going to do. They're so long. They're so huge. But, oh, and by the way, they're double stacked. Like you picture a train with a freaking shipping crate on it. 2 shipping crates. They're double tall. And I'm trying to like roughly turn out an estimate of how many semis are not on the road because of this train. This train, is it 700? Is it 1,000 semis it prevented from going from one place to another? It's huge.
Well, the thing you need to consider is that where that arrives, there are thousands of trucks.
Yeah, distribution centers.
Like, but it's arriving at a DC.
But nonetheless, it's a lot more efficient in every single way than
just
having
pushes those trucks into a metro area
where they belong.
No, it's 100% more efficient. I'm just joking around. Like, trains are cool, and we need more trains. And I always see shit about like, oh, Europe has all these trains, dude. Fucking look at the size of France. Like, that's like. Get real. Like, if our whole country was the size of Montana, we'd have like some pretty robust
Taylor, let's pretend that our audience is stupid. How big is France? Like,
it's
for them.
Is it even
how many states
as big as Texas?
I have in my head
it's larger than Texas.
No, it's definitely not as big as Texas. All right, here's my guess.
Wow, one of us is right.
Hang on, I want to guess. And I'm gonna use states to like describe how big it is. My take is, and I could be wrong here, I think that France is smaller than Florida. I'm going with Texas, Oklahoma combined. All right. Woody thinks that France is gigantic. One of the biggest countries on the planet. All right, Taylor.
I think that Texas is, now that you said I think that it is about 3/4 the size of Texas. Not quite as big as Texas.
Oh, I've won so easily. Jack, show us how big France is. Fuck! It's huge.
I win. No, wow. Damn. Fuck. Yes. No.
I feel like I think
it's
Taylor's
so big.
Right. I'm seeing about 3/4 Texas, maybe slightly more, but certainly not throwing Oklahoma.
What's the percentage? What's the percentage of size, Zach?
It looks like exactly what you said.
Oh, he says about the same.
Okay, it's actually about the same because you got all those overlapping parts. It looks like Texas is a bit bigger. Texas is definitely bigger. I did not think
it was that big. Yeah, we just don't know shit. Well,
wait, I'm looking at the words on the side. Does it tell us?
Oh, it's like economic status, diversity. I don't care about that. Give me like better
current land governed in square miles. There, 248,000 square miles,
and 268 for Texas. Yeah, so more. Call them pretty close. Okay.
It's incredibly close. Wow. Okay. I thought it was so much smaller than that.
There was a point when Kyle out. Okay, everyone, remember this. Woody thinks France is very large. I'm like, I still do though.
Now it's definitely way bigger than Florida.
It's way bigger than
Texas. Is that? Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong about how big Florida.
Are you thinking of Italy?
Show me in Florida.
You might be thinking of maybe economically it's comparable to Florida.
No, I'm picturing it on a map. I'm just wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
I bet France's economy is bigger than any of our individual states.
I would beg to differ there as well. I would beg to differ there.
This is fun. Okay, so
all right. I want to do California's GDP is bigger than France's.
I say
all right. That's an easy one. You are 1,000% right on that.
Okay.
I know that California's GDP is smaller than Germany's, and that France is the second largest economy in the EU. So I'm gonna say France is still above California. I'm gonna say it. Give us the answers. I can't wait.
I think it's the same page you had up. We'll have GDP numbers.
Damn, I hope I'm a genius twice.
I would think California is ahead. I would side with Woody on this one. I would think California is ahead of France.
But I know Germany has a bigger economy than California. And so that's an EU country, but how much bigger is Germany's economy than France? Germany's very good at work and like keeping things on time. And like, if they could just get past a couple things, like we should really
them get back to this point.
Because they're fucking good at organizing shit. How long does it take them after every world war to be like, oh, is everyone still trying to pick up the pieces? Oh, do you need to buy like some electronics or something? Like, this is a little embarrassing. We lost and we're doing great. Like,
did we rebuild like the parts of like Germany or I guess East Germany that did we rebuild that for them? Did we like?
No, they did it.
Did we fund it somehow with like interest free loans?
I do know this. I do know that
they weren't doing well. Like, how do they like? No, okay, everyone, gather round. Get the cement, yeah.
Zach, where are we gonna get our GDP numbers? Do you need?
I need the fucking GDP numbers. Okay, I can.
After the First World War, let's see. France's GDP is bigger than New York, Florida, and Texas, but not California.
Right, go back and remove that.
All right.
edit out the part where Taylor's wrong.
If you could remove that part where I thought that Florida was bigger than France.
Oh, that's funny.
That'd be swell. That's the dumbest thing I've said in a coon.
Hey, I was fucking close.
Oh, I thought about that. So my water line's still.
California's annual GDP is about 2.8 trillion, which is roughly the same as France's GDP of about 2.9 trillion.
Wait, so did you say you're right?
Wait.
The Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency says economic data from 229 countries tracked by the U.S. Department of Commerce Bureau of Economic Analysis and the CIA World Fact Book were compared to countries with GDPs of the same sizes as GDP of the United States. California's annual GDP is about 2.8 trillion, which is roughly the same size as France's GDP of about 2.9 trillion.
What? You won by 0.1 trillion?
I'm a genius.
That's neck and neck.
A genius, just an absolute genius. just a genius guesser. See, you can tell the link's real because it doesn't even include the last part. I trust the
Korean.org.
It's literally look.org. That's science. That's facts. Taylor's opinions. Yeah. Dot fun. Yeah.
I think this is a Taylor's house URL.
No, you can't prove
I'm not
this.
buying it.
No, man, that is so awesome that this filled right into my agenda.
God damn it.
Does California have a bigger economy than France?
You don't think of the French as being productive, I think that's what it is.
They love cigarettes.
I've been watching a YouTube channel that they're so nitty gritty. I think there's something wrong with this guy. Basically, what they do is they look at all of the video out of Ukraine, and this guy is like tracking the M67 hand grenades from Canada and the US that had been shipped to the Ukraine, and he's talking about like you can see the batch number if you look closely here in his hand. These came from Canada. Oh, and here, this batch number is the second known batch number. These are U.S. M67s. And if you look here, they're cited as 25,000 of them being shipped on April 17th. And he's like tracking all this stuff. And then he got to the French hand grenade. The French hand grenade was beautiful. The French hand grenade, like the pin was like anodized and mirrored a little bit, and like the grenade
It just
body,
looked great.
it was shiny, and like the American grenade looks like a. First of all, it's an older grenade that we don't use anymore. It's the M67 baseball grenade. If you know from Tarkov, it's the one with a very long fuse, very round and baseball like 5-second fuse. Essentially, they're old Vietnam era grenades.
I thought they were football shaped and kind of waffle on the outside. Am I describing?
That is a different kind of hand grenade that's more like an F1 that you're describing, I think. But nonetheless, the M67 is like a round baseball grenade, and that's what they're sending them in huge quantities. But then the French thing had like this shiny, mirrory, anodized spoon, and the whole thing was like olive green, but with a little lacquer on it. So ours was just flat and dull, and it kills people.
Boring.
And theirs was like kill people with style. It was just a little bit nicer.
I mean, the French know food really well. I would put like definitely behind Italy. Italy's number one in Europe of food. Italy may be number one in the world for food, as far as just total amount of variety.
You know the Chinese invented pizza, right?
I mean, who would give a shit? Like the Italians
and pasta
it.
And pasta. Like what did you people even come up with? You
Honestly,
people, you Italian people.
I'm not Italian. I'm not an actual Italian. I'm an American mutt.
With your Dago mustache,
Dago mustache, and your greasy hair. I do have very greasy hair.
I like American food. When I leave America, it's all carbs.
Describe American food.
American food is meat heavy, and sometimes just meat on a plate. You know, I like that. When I go to Mexico, oh my God, it's just a bunch of fucking carbs. Like, oh, do you want like gravy on rice with some sort of bread to scoop it up and a rumor about chicken? Yeah, beans.
You know why, right? It's because poverty, most of the world can't afford meat. And most of the world gets their protein from chickpeas and shit. Because
when you go to Japan, it's like rice heavy, some sort of bread heavy, and then a meat that you don't like fucking goose or something like that. Like it's
they eat a
greasy
ton of fish.
Oh, they eat a lot of duck. Unfortunately, I do not like
duck. Is great, man. You really don't like duck?
I might have been prepared poorly.
I need to have well prepared duck. I've only had like scrub duck, but I'll. Here's the thing: when I go to a nice restaurant, it's like, man, am I gonna risk it with the $95 duck?
Yeah, or am I gonna biscuit?
Or am I gonna get that steak that they've had hanging back there,
Kyle. Yeah,
for 6 weeks or whatever
that they make their name on. You know,
I mean, if I'm going to a Japanese place, I'm 100% getting sushi. Like, I'm not going to order beef. If I go to a hibachi place and it's more of like everybody's ordering stuff at that hibachi stand, yeah, I'll get like beef or something spicy. But if I'm just going to a Japanese place, it's sushi, or actually better than that, sashimi, which is exactly what Woody said he liked, which is just slices of raw fish on a plate. There's no rice. There's wasabi. There's soy sauce.
I like
and there's usually some you like nigiri more. I like them both.
Is it nigiri or is it nigiri? Because I just couldn't imagine a Japanese person saying nigiri.
I always said nigiri. I thought that's what because jiri. I don't know. Maybe it is nigiri.
I think Taylor's coming off a little racist in this. You say
I don't think so. I think I'm expressing my love for Japanese
culture.
Say
it, but racist. With like a Mississippi accent.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Yeah, I'm even hesitant to say vinegar with a southern accent. That's a risky place, folks. That's risky.
Each one of them. Yeah, it doesn't work. Doesn't roll off the tongue. Well, really, nothing does with a southern accent. You gotta go closer to the Texas Panhandle when stuff starts rolling off. Then you can have a little nigiri.
And that's almost a little Matthew McConaughey sound.
Yeah, well, that's where the man's from.
You know that what I like about being a 28-year-old sexual predator in this film?
Tell me.
is that all the girls that I molest are the same age. You know that?
True.
Now it's George W. Bush. Now it's
This is my McConaughey accent.
Ah, god damn, McConaughey. Got the name right too.
Did I?
McConaughey.
No. That's like a swing and a miss, but they fouled it at the coach.
Kyle, who is
two strikes on one pitch? I don't know.
Kyle, who is the easiest person to do an impression of?
Oh,
do you think? I want to tell
easy.
Woody too.
Arnold Schwarzenegger is very easy, especially if you just do a very basic Arnold and you you like let that flow. Like that's super duper easy. I think Australian is just it like that Crocodile Dundee. If you just quote Crocodile Dundee and you don't have to like free ball and like on the like very few accents can I like be fluent in that accent. That sounds like a silly thing to say, but you have to on the fly. Like with Russian, I just know how the words should sound, so I can make it do that. But with Australian, if everyone can say, it's a knife, like how to say that.
Knife. Yeah.
But if you have to like, I don't know, I think that's very easy to just say, now that's a knife with an Australian accent. So I think those two in particular are like super easy. Yeah. Just copying those, just copying those two actors' performances.
Would he give us a Schwarzenegger?
Hold on. Oh, that ties into what I was saying. It's like part of it is doing the accent, and part of it is what would somebody say in this accent. And you think the second part's easy, but it's not. Like ever
second part's harder.
Non-camera person, someone puts a camera in your face and asks you a question, you are frozen. Most people are terrible if you put them on camera. Mm-hmm. That's where I am with accents. It's like, what he said, do an Indian accent. Like, fuck, I know like 4 words and then I hit the wall. But
yeah.
So like even right now, I'm like, well, what would Schwarzenegger say? I'm gonna pump you up.
I ignore the fact that my father was a Nazi.
I ignore the fact that my father was a Nazi. Man.
In your world of accents, that's a winner. Like
Taylor, for some reason in Texas, I got Indian food. And I was very motivated to learn the Indian accent. So there I am on. Oh, and by the way, Taylor once told me years ago that he practiced accents. And I'm like, wait, what? This is not a skill that he was just born with. This is something that he like a skill that he developed and worked on. It's like when I tell those people, "Oh, you're just good at drawing. You were born that way." They're like, "No, it's practice, you dick."
Well, by practicing accents, like I mostly do just do it, but I would like make myself laugh. Like,
Well, so I'm on my motorcycle, and it's so horrible that I quickly get bored and discouraged. I'm not.
Yeah,
trying.
it's. Look, it's hard to make yourself sound certain ways. It's almost like trying to hit a note that you've never hit before sometimes, because you've got your voice and your way of saying things. So like some things in particular, like just like pulling German out of my ass or pulling Indian out of me. Indian's hard. That sort of bouncer thing. I end up in a weird place.
You know what is funny about this? You know what is funny about this for me is that I've been playing Age of Empires 2, and so there are many civilizations in this game. And so me and my friends, when I play, I have been only asking for help in the accent of whatever civilization I am playing. And so recently, just because of this voice, I chose to play Hindustanis, because that is fun to me. And so when I am attacked, I will say to my friends, help, I am being attacked and I need assistance. Help, I am being attacked at the northern side of my base and I will very much like if you could send assistance.
That's convincing enough to like to be a Hindu gas station officer on a gas station like operator on a prank phone call. To call corporate and tell and like have some crazy thing about your Funyuns being eaten up, like that's excellent. That's so good. That's a hard one to do.
The bounciness of Indian is very much enjoyable to me. I like doing the voice.
You're light on the bounce. The whole time I was thinking you're hitting that low part of it that I've only heard from older Indians. I hear that part of it that's sort of in the back. I hear that from like I'm picturing an older Indian man with like partial baldness who's like hassling me over a car. Like I've heard it there. but like that more bounce it, that up and down sort of thing, I hear from like younger telemarketer Indians who are trying to, they're like quickly trying to rip me off, like before I can hang up.
That the youth is speaking not in the correct manner. Like that, it's so fucking fun. Like I think Indian is like one of the easier ones. I can't do British to save my life because it just becomes Australian. But Indians, Indian because it's so bouncy.
British is like there are at least 3 or 4 distinctive, different British accents. We often try to imitate that very posh, like Alfred the Butler sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't even exist there outside of like, it might not exist there at all.
A couple of weeks or months ago, you guys were mocking English accents who were from like blocks away.
yeah. And they're disgusting. Like Patty.
Boy, brother, what are you from? East Chester? Yeah. Oh, you're not even fucking English.
I'm fucking you, man.
I'm a fan of Manchester City. I'm a fan of Manchester United. they hate each other. Isn't that hilarious? We have to throw a little shade at the UK. Their country's so small, they have to have like all these teams in the same place. Like,
yeah,
they're like big rivalries between North Chestertonshire and East Chestertonshire, like ferocious rivalries that they see as irreconcilable. Like,
meanwhile, like that's how far we go to the grocery store.
yeah, like it is funny. It's like, and I'm the most American of that. I'm a dude from Missouri. I'm from the Midwest. I'm from the type of people who are like, the beach is only 15 hours away. Let's drive. Like that's what Midwest people are like. Like if we could,
dude,
I could thoughtlessly drive across all of Europe. Like all of
absolutely. No, I've done it. I have been sitting in my house at 7, 8, 9 p.m. and just decided I'm gonna drive to Florida or Illinois tonight. Mm-hmm. And just start getting ready. Like I've done it multiple times for my whole life. I was like 24 or something like that. I just drove to like southern Florida that night with no preparation. Like my cards were getting fucking declined the whole way. Like through the night.
You couldn't get a Red Bull and
couldn't get, I bought enough Monster like locally because I knew it was gonna be morning before I could get the bank on the phone. It was just a few months ago when I was just like, you know what? I want some fucking drugs. I'm going to Illinois where they have real weed and I'm going to smoke some drugs.
And disappointed, right?
I was really disappointed with the value that you get there because I didn't find their weed to be particularly strong or of good quality, which is, man, after being exposed to California and Colorado that just like, holy shit, when you make it legal, it just gets good. But damn, Illinois, way to prove the world wrong. Well, even Michigan is up there, like looking down their nose at you with your shit weed and your fucking armed guards, making everybody feel like a fucking like. The whole point of like legalizing and medicalizing it is that we don't have to feel like scared about going to our drug dealer, but you go in that place and it feels like you're going into like, no, this is Illinois, many of them, like, all right, so the one, I wish I could remember the name of it, but like if you're driving up the main interstate, it's the first one, right? Like so they've got a big parking lot and they've got signs and stuff, and the first thing you do after you go through the line, although this was COVID season, there's a guard out front, like, all right, you can come in. Mm-hmm. You can come in. And now he's not turning anyone away. Don't misunderstand me. He's not like a bouncer at a nightclub, but he's only letting a few people in at a time. Because the first room you go to is where you're like showing your ID, where you're from, and like
holding room,
like a holding room before you get in there where the product is. They're filtering out any riffraff and they're making sure they know who they're dealing with. And man, even that one in particular, I didn't mind any of that. But there was one and I went to a lot of these. Like when I was up there, they had these like low limits, I think, and maybe I was looking for a good deal because they were so silly and I just wanted to experience the whole thing. So I went to 3 or 4. I drove around great distances, unfortunately, to do this. There was one of them where it was like, Jesus, why is that guy? Did y'all like hire a guy who was so much of an asshole? The police department fired him. Like, is he the guy who spun his service weapon in public and
he's on
like,
paid leave, moonlighting here.
Like, like he just seemed like a dick. Like you could just look at him like, dude, smile. Dude, fucking smile. Like if you're a security guard, anybody listen to this. If you work security, you're a guy with a gun, fucking smile at people, dude, because everybody's uncomfortable, man. Like unless they're like a gun guy too, or like they see your Marine Corps tattoo and they think of you as their bro. Everybody else is a little uncomfortable. You got that peace. Fucking smile.
Yeah.
Let us know you got a soul.
It's just fucking weed, man. Like if you like that is. Can you imagine if like
store. I mean anybody who's out there packing?
Oh yeah,
you better also have a smile in your back pocket to let people know.
the weed store is definitely more. Even in Colorado, they all do the holding room, and then they like usher you in like a couple at a time, and it's like
no holding room for me.
In Colorado at the Green Place or whatever the fuck, they're like big chain. You go in there, they stop you. You wait, you get carded in the holding room, and then they have those steps on the ground so that you know where to walk in case you're fucking a retarded person. And then they let you in when other people leave. Every time I've gone to Colorado, they've had like that limit of how many people can be in the fucking like product area.
Okay. Right. When I was in Colorado, I didn't recognize it as such because the store was empty. So it was like I just walked in and then I immediately went back and I told them I'd never smoked before. And that made me like a celebrity amongst the employees. Like suddenly they all want to help me and I'm all there by myself. And it was a good experience.
The difference though is like in Colorado, it always feels very hippy dippy. Like they're like, give it a minute, brah. There's some other folks getting their chill on. In just a minute, you're gonna slide up in there. Oh, it's already time, bro. It has begun. And it's like welcoming you through a fucking beaded curtain. You haven't seen one of those since in real life ever.
Pretty girl with the
weed
blue
room.
Harry Potter sunglasses.
Yeah. Sure. But it feels very chill. And I don't remember any armed guards in Colorado. I've never. Granted, I'm usually stoned, but I don't remember ever seeing that shit at all. And I've been to some crappy ones and some great ones. I've been to everything from like the small town ones, which are the best, by the way. The small town dispensaries are the best dispensaries I've ever been to. They've got the coolest products. They don't fuck around with any of the stuff that's silly. I've also been to those stores that everything has an iPad in front of it displaying what it is.
Yeah.
Like they've spent like 30 grand on iPads or something so that each strain of marijuana has its own iPad that's like streaming a little clip about it. Like growing up on the East Coast in the Rockies, blue blood orchid weed was crossed over with Granddaddy Perp.
It's like shut up and tell me the THC content. Just put that.
And it's all pie graphs and stuff, like showing the terpenes and everything. That's cool too. It's usually like more expensive. You're paying for those $30,000 worth of iPads when you buy your weed, of course. Like everything's inflated. But I've also been to I remember we got stuck at a shitty one on a trip not too long ago. Was it I get my trips mixed up because again these are drug trips. But there was one of them where we were like in like a weird little kids cafeteria room. Like it felt like a kid's break room where you could go smoke. They've got like a weird thing. Oh, it's that place where like there are very few places where you can go in and smoke. That's what this is. This is that place. There's only like a handful, and they've got a weird vibe in there where they sell you snacks in one part and they sell you weed in the other, but they're like different businesses. And like the room you go to smoke in, they're like hands off, like, oh, what are you doing here? This is what you doing here. And it's like, oh, what is the law is really bizarrely written here, huh? But I just remember thinking that place was awful because it really felt. I remember the TV didn't work, and it felt like I was. I don't know. It was like a government building. There was block walls from high school. I remember that. That was not a pleasant environment at all.
No, those aren't good memories. You were talking about how shitty Illinois prices are and all that shit. Apparently, I was reading that apparently, because obviously, like St. Louis, right on the border of Missouri and Illinois, and so a lot of people have been driving over to Illinois for a while to buy weed and then driving back to Missouri. And Missouri apparently is making their prices significantly cheaper than Illinois in order to
reverse that
people. Yeah. And
no, that's good.
That could be good news.
It's going to be quality over everything, though. I think
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what'll draw people in, and just a nicer buying experience. Like you've got to nail that down. You can't have people feeling intimidated, because it's already a thing for a new buyer who's coming across state lines where they're like, really, is it okay to come in here? Is it safe to come in here? Like because my whole life,
yeah,
every time I've ever done this before, it was scary, and I was worried about if I was about to go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Is it okay? And then there's fucking Slick Rick over there with his 9mm with a goddamn compensator and a red dot on it. Like, bro, what are you worried about going down? Is it like
at least like put on a weed hat or something? Like, so I know you're part of the game.
Probably what it is. They're all cash, right? Or they can't use banks, or there's something to that effect.
It's all cash, but like the cash isn't up front. They've usually got like this really interesting system where like the weed is coming like through a hole in the wall or something. Like it's rare. In some places they got bushels of it up front.
Security, like.
I bet it's just a federal it's not a state requirement of it, where it's like, if you have this in Colorado, you must have security there as well.
You can hire a better
like,
security guard, whatever. Man. They're just and if you read the reviews for those Illinois dispensaries, like go to the 1-star ones, I guarantee you'll find people who say they're like, the security guard was a jerk. He like made us feel intimidated. He was staring at us the whole time. Like he followed us around, and there's nothing to steal in there, by the way. You're looking at like pictures of things and things behind Pyrex or whatever, and then glass.
That's smart, because it seems really like if you just put dime bags on shelves, people would rob you blind.
Yeah, like if you want to smell something or handle something, even like they'll absolutely grab you like a tong of the weed and be like, yeah, smell it. They'll let you handle anything, and they'll grab anything out for you. But everything's over there.
A weed person could use to like judge whether they like a weed.
Me personally, I do want it to smell strongly, but I'm not gonna. And I guess like most weed has sort of just this generic piney smell. So if I did smell anything other than that and it was strong, I would be intrigued. I'd be like, this does like
it's got some strawberry in it.
Yes, I do detect a little bit of something different here. This might legitimately taste different, because 90% of the time weed is weed. Like I can't tell. It's only with like vapes and stuff that they throw in some like strawberry shortcake or whatever the fuck, which is probably not a good thing.
You guys have more vape experience than me. Whenever I've tried it, I struggle not to cough and have like a dry throat, and it just feels harsh.
You gotta. I mean, if you are coughing, take a smaller hit than you think you should. Like, take such a small hit that you're barely like it's barely coming out as vapor when you're exhaling, and you can do fucking 15 little hits instead of one big giant one, and you won't cough. You'll need to take sips in between, because like your throat's going to get dry no matter what. That's just part of smoking anything.
Yeah, I cough a lot.
Is it called a blunt? What's the one that you like wrap and it's not a blunt? A joint.
A blunt.
I think a blunt is in
tobacco paper.
It is.
Yeah.
It would be
joint is in rolling paper.
All right. Well, I'll just say joint. I'm not sure it matters a ton. But if I did a joint, is that less harsh on that like coffee part?
It's worse.
A joint or a blunt is going to be way worse.
It's top 3 worst ways to smoke.
Blunt way more coughs than a joint, and
so
a joint
think of it
is going
this
to be
way.
way more than a vape.
The things that are going to make smoking harsh and make you cough are the temperature of the vapor that's coming in, and any particulates that might be going into your lungs along with the smoke. Like, how pure is this smoke / vapor that you're intaking, and what temperature is it at when it hits your throat and lungs? That's what's going to cause it to be uncomfortable, make you cough. So the worst thing you could do is just wrap the weed up in some paper, get it 450 degrees, and go. Right? That's hot as fuck. Yeah, so a bowl is really hot too. You've got a little glass pipe, right? You're lighting it here, and it. So a water pipe.
A bong. Water bong is the gentlest, most gentle.
It is definitely.
I mean, you're getting there, but like so a water bong, obviously it's gonna like percolate through water and hopefully ice. I always fill those tall bitches up with like crushed ice, so it's like it's going through that. I want it cold when it hits my lungs if possible. But if you really wanted to go like cough free or as cough free as you can get, and like do it in style, what you want is a volcano.
Edibles. Oh.
the volcano vaporizer is the Cadillac of vaporizers. It is about $500 or $600. It looks like a little volcano. It's shaped like one. And what you've got this like engine, we'll call it the platform. And you take your ground marijuana, you put it in the little cartridge, you screw the top on, you screw that onto the volcano, and then you have this big bag, this plastic bag with a valve on it, and you stick that on the top and you press go. And it fills that bag up with perfectly temperatured vapor.
And Woody, it's like a bag that big around, and it's probably 4-5 feet long. You can buy some real long.
As long as you want.
Yeah, like I wanted to make sure you didn't think it was a small bag. It's a very big bag.
It's a party bag.
Yeah,
I guess so. Yeah, that sounds like too much for him. It's just me.
So here's the thing. It's very like gentle. You can see the vapor, obviously, because it's a clear bag. You're like, look at it in there. And it's got a valve on the end, like an air hose. So you pull down and you can, and then you release, and it closes the valve.
Do you use the bag once?
No. Well,
no, the bag's reusable.
Well, we're not gonna. Oh yeah, the bags reuse over and over. But like per smoking session, you'd probably. I mean,
there's a piece
but you
on
can
the
pass
front
it around and stuff.
At least the volcano my friend had. I remember New Year's 2011. A friend of mine was like, I got a volcano. And so we went over there and we're like, yeah, we'll start out the night like smoking the volcano and then we'll do stuff. We got so fucking blitzed. We never did anything else other than just smoke the volcano all night. We were too high. And his had like that front part, you could like the mouth nozzle that closed, you could turn that off and remove it and put other mouthpieces on there, like a party environment, like you might put on a drink or straws or something like that. Yep. But I didn't. I thought this was fucking.
Look at Pinky
12 years ago
Taylor.
now.
He's willing to share his smoke, but not his herpes.
Not my herpes, but like I remember like really disliking the way it tasted. As far as we go, because at the yes, burnt popcorn. I was going to ask if it still tastes like burnt popcorn because I do not like the burnt popcorn taste at all. And
you get
a friend of mine just literally bought a brand new volcano. That's so funny. Like I don't like it. I like flour out of a bong, like a red-blooded American.
Yeah, I still have a volcano. When the feds came and took all my drug paraphernalia, they were like, "Yeah, that's good. That's because it's like it's got herbal like vaporizing components.
You want to just get fucked up on oregano.
I think people use it like a hookah and maybe put like tobacco and like fruit in there.
That's not ever happened. No one has ever put tobacco in a volcano. Have you seen the marketing Volcano did? Even back in the day, they're like, it's not for weed. Like even like just
I mean, I was using mine for weed back in the time.
Right.
I think they did take the
Kyle believes those things in my drawer are all muscle massagers too.
Wow, Woody's back must be so jacked. Look how big they all are.
He's vibrating hard. Gonna bruise my palm with this one.
I
don't like the vapes either, or not the vapes, the volcano. Sorry.
I was thinking of an idea for a movie that I would like to see. So this is the premise of the movie. Okay, it's based in like this the Russian-Ukraine war right now, right? Mm-hmm. But the premise is that the reason things are going poorly, little does anyone know, for the Russians that is that when they started like digging up near Chernobyl, they awoke some sort of like radioactive monsters or something. And in reality, they've been contending with the radioactive monsters this whole time. And that's why the Ukrainians are doing so well, because the bulk of the Russian forces and their attention is on the radiation monsters up north. And we just don't know about that because of media blackout. And that's even the US is keeping it underground. Yeah. And the US is sending a team in because the US wants to get one of those Russian radiation monsters to do some testing. Right. So we're going to need to send a team in of like Americans, because nobody wants to like.
Where's this from? I missed the setup.
Oh, I made this up. This is a movie I want to see.
No, I'm tracking with you the whole way, and I like this a lot. You just have to think about some certain like blind spots. Like if Russia found these critters, they would definitely bring it up on a global stage. There would have to be a reason, plot-wise, that they couldn't reveal it. Maybe
well, they're responsible for those. You know,
they don't want people to know they created radiation monsters,
and they don't want to know that they're losing handily to the radiation monsters.
Oh, is there, you know, a nice like second act could be like they find some sort of allegiance, Putin and the head of the radiation monsters.
Way ahead of you. Way ahead of you.
Okay, go ahead.
Putin's colon cancer caused by the radiation monsters.
He's
on the front lines. He's on the front lines himself, seeking the cure. He's got to kill the head radiation alien himself and eat its heart to cure his butthole cancer.
Cures your butthole cancer.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the only thing that will.
Okay. You
and
are
he,
losing
There's a scene where he's on the horse shirtless.
I'm back.
I'm back in.
And we do that quote from the Bible about riding in on the pale horse, and his name was Death. And hell followed with him. And then Putin's clickety clop, clickety clop, clickety clop.
That would be cool. I barely think of that as the Bible. I mostly think of it as the beginning of that Johnny Cash
song.
Yeah. That was great. What's that Johnny Cash song that I said that they should make a montage to?
Down.
Okay, I'm looking that up so I can listen to it after the show. I fucking love that song. That song amps me up.
And a voice in the midst of the four beasts was heard saying, "Come and see." And I saw, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat upon him was Death, and hell followed with him. That's great. It's great. And then he sings a great song.
Yeah,
Johnny Cash was a great guy.
What a true talent that guy was.
Was he a great guy?
He knew how to keep a woman in line. Okay, Dana White style. All right.
Yeah.
He knew how to pull a lot of pussy, even though he had all that pockmarked like smallpox looking face.
Yeah,
right?
that Edward James Olmos face.
Yeah. He came up with his own singing style. You know, since he couldn't sing very well, and just made it work. You know, just a real American hero from beginning to end.
100% true.
There's lots of ways to make music.
I don't know that he beat women. It's like, did he wear shoes? He was from the 50s, right?
He never would have done that. Johnny Cash was
Probably
a hero. A hero of all. Everybody
only mouthy women and coloreds, as he would say.
Well, who was the other guy?
Yes, when she's getting out of line, sometimes you have to correct them.
Wait,
what does he sound like? It's not that thick of an accent, is it?
No.
It's not that down. No, it's more
it
topical.
Depends what. No, it can be. If you go back to like The Rock.
Barbara Walters, if you keep talking, I'm going to rape you.
Say welcome to The Rock.
Welcome to The Rock.
That's
welcome
really close.
to The Rock.
I need to figure it out.
Yeah. I think he says gentleman, welcome to The Rock. Actually, like
welcome to The Rock.
Yeah, I like him because like he's a guy who has the confidence to pee his pants consistently.
That's
public.
Liam Neeson.
Oh, that's Liam Neeson. I mixed up.
Sean Connery, rest his soul. Okay, was a gentleman, a scholar, and a king amongst men. Okay, he led his life,
and certainly a king amongst women.
His proud life as a good Scotsman and a great hero. I mean, how many times did he save the world as James Bond? I lost count. At least.
Have you ever
6.
felt a woman's cheekbone against your knuckle?
Like that kind of thing would probably be what he would say, right?
It just crushes.
And it just crushes.
Yeah. No, that's too deep.
Have you ever seen a woman's eyes light up in fear?
He'd have a whole thing about their bones are hollow like birds and how he could just thrash them about. Yeah, I mean, look, Connery knew how to put a woman in line as well. It looks to me like nothing is going to happen to Dana White. All jokes aside, after the wife slapping thing, like zero ramifications, zero nothing.
So it seems like they're handling it in the family.
The slapping contest he was going to put on, is it just delayed or is it canceled?
As far as I know, it's premiering on the 18th.
Oh, okay.
TBS. They he had a press conference maybe today. I saw it today. And they were like, hey, what do you say about the fact that, all this happened? And then next week you got the Ultimate Slapping Championship debuting. Some would say it's he's like, well, look, sure, it's ironic. I see the irony. Yeah, but, fuck you gonna do? And they were like, what about any kind of a punishment? Or he's like, what are you gonna do to me? Right? Like, I could have walked away from all this back in 2016, whenever they sold and he had enough money to like be God essentially. And that's basically what he said. He basically said, I've got more money than I can ever spend. What are you gonna do to me? I'm gonna take a month away. I'm gonna take 2 months away. Who's that gonna be good for? For the fans? For the shows? For the fighters? For my employees? No.
And
no.
I've
you think I'll care being on a 2-month vacation? It's
from afar. Dana always seems to be really valued by his bosses. It used to be the Farida brothers. Yeah. And now it's some big corporation, but it still seems like they put total faith in Dana, and this didn't shake it. I'm sure they didn't like it, but
I bet someone somewhere did a little bit of maybe a test group or a little market research or something. And they asked, their core group, maybe they hit up 40 people that are like, I don't know, male, 70-80% male, whatever their UFC like viewership shifts, probably closer to 95% in that age group of like 18 to 35 and in this income bracket. You show them all the video and you're like, what do you think about this now? What do you think about Dana White? What do you think about the UFC product? What do you think about the fact that in the past he has himself said that you can't come back from this? Do you think maybe this is a different situation than what he was talking about then? You hit that poll up, you get those numbers back from that group, and you walk away saying, Dana White runs the UFC. And nobody who pays us money and buys our pay-per-views is going to think the less of him because he slapped his wife back. Now, Dana White himself is up there saying, stop defending me. What I did is indefensible. Anybody defending me, stop that. On the other hand, anybody that wants to throw me under the bus, whether you work for me or not, fighters, say what you want to say. I'm all for freedom of speech. Look, I did it. I was wrong. I did it and I was wrong, and I'm ashamed, and I'll have to live with it my whole life. So say what you got to say, all of you. I'll take it. He did it. He did as well as he could do.
There were times I'm lacking specifics right now, but like Trump would say something I didn't like or didn't think was right, but it was baked into the cake. Like everyone knew that when they voted for him. Oh, what a revolution! He didn't pay his taxes as much as he probably should have. Yeah. Not a single person who voted for him changes their mind when that news breaks. It was baked into the cake. Back to Dana White. Oh, did Dana hit his wife? Yeah. That's kind of who I figured he was. Now I know, but I always assumed. I never thought of him as like a sweet guy. He never ran on the like lollipops and sugar trails platform. Dana's no fun to be with.
I don't think he beats his wife. I don't think that's a regular thing. He says it has never happened before. I would have a hard time believing that 100%, but I bet it's not a regular thing at all. I bet I bet that's them at their absolute worst, getting really caught with their pants down and looking bad.
I agree. I wish I could change my phrasing, but yeah.
To me, Dana White is that thin. No.
Dan, wait a minute. Where are you going with this?
he's that thick red line between those fighters making too much goddamn money so that they don't have to come out and bleed for us, and the whole sport going like ass up, right? Like he's the guy holding it all together. He's the guy that keeps Bellator in their fucking place. He's the guy that keeps PFL looking silly. He's the guy who gets the young talent, recruits them, starts from the ground up, who puts development centers all over the world, who runs huge shows that are always profitable, who brings millions of dollars, who bounces around the world, who he's the guy who does all that shit. And he'll be like, oh no, this Antonio, he does the deals, or oh, Richie, he's the one to talk to about that. And it's like, you're the fucking boss. That's like Tony Soprano telling me to go talk to Silvio about something. What he's saying is no, don't fuck with me. What he's saying is no, don't fuck with me. He's so without him, I don't know where they'd be. The day that Dana White walks away from the UFC will be a dark day for the UFC. Maybe not for MMA, who knows? I mentioned PFL and Bellator because PFL is seemingly going to become the new number 2. Like Bellator has been resting on their laurels for too long. Jake Paul signed with the PFL, and you got Francis Ngannou looking like he might slide over to the PFL. There's like pictures of Francis and his Francis' mom or his aunt or something's in the background wearing a fucking PFL shirt. I took that to mean some PFL recruiters had been there that day and was like, y'all want some shirts? Like it would be like if your kid was trying to decide if they're going to go to Alabama or Georgia, and then you saw all their little cousins are running around outside with Alabama hats and like shit like that. It's like, was Nick Saban here? Has Nick Saban been here? I smell sulfur.
Like I know that everyone wants their fighters to be rich, and look, I want that on one level. On the other, every time you put a fighter in silk sheets, he doesn't get out and run. It happens. It's the tail is end of time, old as time. And then when you have like I was a fan back when Pride and the UFC, like you almost couldn't decide who was the better. It went by weight class. Like UFC seems to be better at 170, Pride seems to be better at 205, and you're like, but I want to see them fight each other, and you rarely got that. When you have two great leagues, you have a bunch of fighters who don't fight each other. In the UFC, they rarely protect fighters. Like, is this badass and this badass in the UFC? Make them fight.
What did that guy Cro Cop start in? Because he was the first UFC fighter I ever saw.
Can you picture those checkerboard shorts on him?
I can picture his name. I remember like seeing his foot hit people's head and being like, "Oh, he's killed people." Like clearly with like his kicks were so hard and heavy.
Early MMA had examples of world-class practitioners of kickboxing and other techniques going up against people who'd never blocked a kick before.
And so Cro Cop could just head kick them, and they're like, I didn't know that was an option.
What you were seeing,
Cro Cop explained. Go. So Cro Cop had these big fucking thighs that they couldn't be natural. He was so fucking strong, and they're asking him like, what's better, your left leg or your right leg? And he goes, right leg hospital, left leg cemetery.
Left leg cemetery. And like he's Croatian, and he has that Eastern European hairline, which tells you he's for real. Like, you know what I mean?
He's the guy, right?
What do you mean
He's the guy who actually was in the special forces.
Yeah, he was like legit. Like whatever the Croatian version.
Yeah, that's the old story. Is like when he like faced off against Vanderlei Silva.
I'm watching the highlight of that right now.
Yeah, that's a great story. That and the Kumite story are two of my like favorite like MMA lore type stories.
Wait, real quick, like before you do the Kumite thing, watching because the screenshot right now, the video is showing Cro Cop and Silva, whatever his name is, like stare down, and Wanderlei Sylvia is doing like that bounce up and down fight thing that fighters do, and Cro Cop is 100% static, staring at him like, if I wanted to, I could kill you, like that level. I assume Cro Cop wins this fight based on the way they're looking.
He does. Silva, his nickname was the Axe Murderer, and he just wrecked everyone at 205, and he was very scary. When he won fights, the other people were very injured, and he's going up against a heavyweight, though, and it doesn't work out for him.
Nope. A heavyweight who's killed men before.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, dude, I'm watching the highlights of this. He kicks Wanderlei Silva so hard in the ribs that he has a visible bruise by the end of the round, and then Wanderlei's talking to his thing, and Cro Cop's going. Cro Cop is kissing at him. Like this guy rocks. What a winner.
Yeah, I think Brendan Schwab beat Cro Cop. Am I wrong about that?
God, I hope not.
I imagine, because I saw Cro Cop being the first MMA fighter I ever knew about means that he probably got started in like the was big in the mid 2000s, right? Like 2005, 2006. Like he's probably way too old to fight that other guy.
Long before I watched MMA. Yeah. MMA to me back then was like my uncle mentioning VHS tapes, and it all sounded very underground and almost like borderline illegal. Like it sounded akin to like Faces of Death, because I remember him talking about that classic one where there's a black guy and he gets the other guy into like a crucifix, and he's able to deliver uncontested elbows to the side of the guy's head rapidly. Like it just boom, 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 boom. And I remember my uncle describing that and being like, "Dear God," like thinking like as a kid, I was like, that's not for me. I'm not old enough to watch something like that. Like, and meaning it, like thinking like, I don't want to see a man. I don't see that happen to a man.
Yeah,
like, Jesus Christ.
That seems scary. That seems hurtful.
Sounded rough. Yeah, that's the early days of well, in general, just Pride. Pride had you could kick people while they were down in the head.
That's a good feature.
So you'd knock somebody down, and then they'd fucking every now and then they'd kick somebody like right in there in that middle ground between down and up, and that puts their head at like that. They're able. What I'm saying is they're able to extend their leg fully into this fucking kick, and it's rough. But I think it should be in mixed martial arts. I think there should be some form of the soccer kick in the UFC. Like I don't know exactly what the rule is, but certainly they need to get past this one hand down bullshit they're doing now. This idea that if you put one hand down or even two on the mat, that you're now a grounded opponent, and now I can't knee you or kick you in the head. Fuck you in your safe zone bullshit. This ain't basketball. You can't just cheat the rules as you go and like clearly everybody knows what you're doing while they watch. No, it's a fist fight, asshole. I hate that shit. And they just need to enforce the rules correctly.
Dude, this kicking on the ground shit is unreal. Like, I'm still watching the Cro Cop highlight. He just is teeing up this poor guy on the ground. Like,
it makes you not want to go down.
Yeah, is he known as one of the best kickers? Because his kicks look tremendous to me.
Yes, he is. I'm trying to be like, yeah, but not as good as I have no one. Cro Cop's the kicker.
He kicked so high on this dude who was his height that he didn't hit him with his foot. He knocked him out with the bone on the side of his ankle on the top of his head. Like, it looked almost like a miss until you saw the man die. Like, like fall down into a crumpled mess like a dead spider with all of his like limbs wrapped up. This guy's awesome. I hope he's still
Cro
fucking
Cop has a loss from a kick just like that. Like maybe Gonzalez. Cro Cop got knocked the fuck out with a kick, and it's like, whoa, that guy kicks like you.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I have seen that highlight because I remember seeing it and being like, that's just a fluke.
yeah.
This guy I have no connection to who I enjoy is the best kid.
It is Gonzaga, yeah. That video I liked, which we can't show to everyone, but it's only 12 seconds, and it's Schwab knocking out Cro Cop.
Okay.
And you said Schwab was never he wasn't that.
I think I'm going to make up numbers, but I'm going to say he peaked at like 8th best at heavyweight or something. But,
yeah, heavyweight.
That's pretty solid then.
Heavyweight's so weird, dude. Like once you get out of the top. All right, so right now it's a little spicy, right? Because you got that Russian cat, like that scary motherfucker, from the like 2 cards back. It's obviously a white guy. There's a Russian heavyweight that was tremendous. I can't remember who he knocked out. Maybe Derek Lewis. Maybe it was like Derek Lewis's last loss, or maybe it was Taya. It was Taya Tuivasa's last loss. That's who it was. I think of them kind of in the same vein as like kind of big chubby guys
that are hard to knock out.
Who just swing real hard. Yeah. That guy's tremendous. And then I heard that Derek Lewis was looking skinny. I heard that he was looking really good.
Did you see the picture?
I haven't seen it.
I'm not sure it's not chopped. He looks
Derek Lewis is traditionally a guy who like is 270 something pounds and he can't run, and he's a big old fat dude who's just out of shape. He clearly needs to lose weight and like get it under control to be the best heavyweight he could be. So I heard that, and I think he's lost a couple in a row. Maybe I know he lost a really rough one at home in Texas. I'm sure he was embarrassed by what?
Wow. Yeah, that's it. I couldn't find it, but thank you, Zach.
Is this
Zach
recent?
killing it tonight? Shouldn't go.
Is he gonna be in it, dude? He's looking like 205.
Yeah, that's what people are saying. I don't know if it's real, but he looks great.
That's what
that's
normally
him on
like.
Fight Night, right? That's peak Derek Lewis traditionally. This guy's just training.
Derek Lewis is not a 6'4" man. Like if he's that skinny, he can fight at 205. If that's not shopped, that looks like 205. It looks like he looks like he's running around at like, I don't know, 215, 220 there tops.
I worry I'm being fooled, but he does look.
I worry as well. Yeah, I don't know. It was a little blurry. You'd think he'd be flexing his 6-pack or something on Instagram instead of just randomly jogging in a blurry picture. Shit! Don't show me that. I'm kidding.
So that's not even him. That's some. I can't read what he.
I don't trust Amy Kaplan.
Oh.
Well, Amy Kaplan, it said UFC journalist, did it not, or something along those lines?
She is.
Oh, is she one of those like sports journalists that plays up the hype? Not a reliable insider source.
I didn't say any of that. I
don't fucking know who this person is. I just don't
know if that's Derek Lewis if he's looking that skinny. That's wild because it looks like he's lost 40, 50 pounds there.
Yeah, didn't mention it.
Yeah, that would make. That's what we always wanted somebody like Daniel Cormier to do. Someone who's clearly walking around too heavy and fighting in a weight class too big for themselves and winning and doing like tremendous at it. And it's like, man, you could be the greatest of all time if you could just keep the Popeyes under control. Like literally, you could be
tough, man.
Yeah, and Kyle's right, and experts, people who know much more than me, like Joe Rogan, are like, oh, he belongs at heavyweight. And I'm like, I just can't line up with the idea that that's Pete Cormier.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
I mean,
you ever see that picture of when they had the lady Ghostbusters go to like do that Make-A-Wish shit? So they went to the terminally ill ward of a children's hospital.
I've seen this. Yeah.
And in full Ghostbusters regalia, mind you. Now, what does a Ghostbuster do? Remind me that they come around when you got a ghost, a person's spirit is running around amok, and somebody needs to zap it and trap it and contain it somewhere for a fee. And here they are at this children's hospital, laughing it up. That big ugly, all them big ugly women, and with their proton packs on. And if you look in the background, Zach, please tell me you find in this picture. In the background, Zach, has to be that poor little black girl with the on the respirator, and I swear to God, her eyes are rolled back into her head. There is a child on the brink of death in the back, and in the front is those goofy bitches fucking yucking it up with their proton packs.
It is. I've seen this photo because it's been panned on the internet a million times for being the most tone deaf thing ever posted to like a movie promo account. It is literally the four of them standing there smiling, giving their action poses, and a little girl with like some tragic cancer in the back, like barely, like not even keeping her eyes open because I guess the treatment's too demanding or something. Like,
they're like, are the children concerned that they're going to get them in the afterlife?
Keep going.
Like they're all just smiling and not reading the room, and there's a little girl back there who, I don't know, if you're taking this in the room with a little girl, maybe do it with the little girl instead of with this guy. Do whatever this guy's not in the hospital, take it with the girl.
They were like, no, her immune system is far too delicate for that. Keep your distance, please, ladies. Why aren't you all wearing masks?
This should have been enough to cancel the film.
Milo Yiannopoulos roasted these women, but there he is on the left.
There he is. Oh, darling, I loved being in the Ghostbusters film.
That's a handsome man. Who is that? Those are some ugly women.
They are.
It looks like that poor. At least that poor little dying girl's brother got to hang out with the Ghostbusters, though. He looked actually excited about it.
Yeah, those fucking Ghostbusters not even taking the photo with the sick kid.
Yeah.
Is like, what are you doing? You just hanging out at the hospital? Like you should be prioritizing.
Do you think they at least tagged the little girl in the photo when they posted it?
I guarantee there is no way any child born in 2005 at the time is like, what about?
Whoa, no. This is 2005. You think this movie is 17 years old?
No. I said a child. These are young kids, like a kid born in 2005 who's like the 14 during this. Like they don't know who Bill Murray is, much less the Ghostbusters. Like
15 minutes after that picture was taken, they captured the girl's spirit and put her in a box.
I bet that's. They were like,
she's part of the franchise.
Brittany, the Ghostbusters are coming to visit you. Please don't let them take me.
Don't let them take me. Yeah. So next time, Ghostbusters, do a better a more tactful shoot. Find people willing to do it.
Gender swapping the Ghostbusters is one of the.
It's embarrassing for everyone.
I mean,
involved.
Ghostbusters 2 is an embarrassment as well, by the way. But still, that's just that movie looks awful.
I consider myself usually not sensitive to like woke stuff. Like I can still enjoy a movie, but not that one.
Yeah, not that one. I mean, I can't even get on board with those blue people because I know they're meant to be red people. They just color swapped them bitches.
They did color swap. Yeah, you're pretty much right.
That's pretty racist.
Yeah, it was that or green.
It is racist. They should have hired savage Americans for that role.
Oh, I would love that.
They should have made them green like
then they could have hired that hot savage American from Yellowstone and made her blue.
That bitch can't take a punch though. She'd never survive as a Navi.
Yeah. She's at Jeremy Renner, who is in that Cold River movie with her, which I highly recommend to everybody. Cold River, if you've never seen it, Jeremy Renner and Scarlet Witch, Elizabeth Olsen, and the super hot chick from Yellowstone are all in it. And you know how like Matt Damon is like surprise in like Interchange, like he's like coming out of the capsule, like you don't know he's coming. They have a similar star that pops up like 3/4, maybe like 80-90% through Cold River. It's like, what are you doing here? Like it's one of those. So highly recommend.
What's the genre? Is it drama? Is it action?
I would say it's action drama. Again, there's a murder on the reservation.
I'd prefer a drama movie to an action movie at this point.
Definitely not action as in like the sort of like schlocky action. It's an investigation with like some real like sad moments. Like, there's crying parents because there's dead children and
if there's violence with like real stakes, I'm not saying like that kind of action is bad. Like a Band of Brothers, good example. The violence always felt very high stakes. Now, I've only watched a couple Marvel movies, but seeing as how I'm not a child, any violence in a Marvel film, there's no one at threat. No one's going to die.
Cold
if
River
they do die, it will
dissipate or whatever. There's a rape scene in Cold River. Cold River is an adult movie. I want everybody to see it because it's so good and it flew under the radar. I thought I didn't know about it. I mean, I've talked about it a bunch of times. So
Cold River. I'm going to write that down.
Poor Jeremy Renner though, like thoughts and prayers for him, legitimately, because they're saying that if he does keep the leg, he may never walk again anyway. Like his leg is so severely damaged from the snowcat accident.
What was happening? How do you get snuck up on?
Here's the thing, Taylor. Imagine that you and I are on vacation somewhere and we've got ourselves a snowcat or two, and maybe something or another happens and my leg gets crushed and crippled, and technically it was kind of your fault because you're goofing around.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell the world that, dude. What's the fucking point?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, because then I'm going to jail.
I'm going to Dick Cheney this thing.
Yes, you could shoot me in the face later for fun.
Exactly that. Yes. Is
that what you think happened for real?
And you'll apologize to me for it.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what was going on with that Dick Cheney shit, but that dude got shot in the face and with bruises on his face and holes got on the news and was like, I'm sorry, Mr. Cheney, for putting my big fat retard head in the way of your pristine shot. Like when that kind of thing happened, like imagine if we saw a public figure in Russia come out and go, Putin, I am so sorry you shot me on accident. It is my fault. I accidentally mess up. It is entirely on me. All of this media going after Putin is wrong.
No, I'm sorry for tripping over your foot and falling down the stairs, sir. So sorry. Your boots, your fine Russian-made boots.
Like that's what it would be. It'd be the equivalent.
It was crazy.
Of that.
Yeah.
No. Beautiful. Dick Cheney was a powerful man at that time.
He was. But before we wrap, I just, if you ever want to work on accents, you are welcome to join me and my friends in Age of Empires 2, where you will only you are only allowed to communicate in an accent of the civilization that you have chosen. So if you are trying, you can do it, and because it is fun, I will suggest you pick Hindustani as well. There's a couple Indian civs, and so me and my buddy, he can't really do the voice, but he was like, are you like he can't really do the voice, but like we made it because we were allied against, and he picked an Indian civ and I did, and so I'd be like, brother, are you ready to attack the opponents at their base? And he'd be like, that is not what I am trying to do. Like, because he can't really do the voice. And so I'm like, well, are you a spy? You do not sound Indian. I do not trust you. Like, that's kind of,
is there a Russian civilization? Because
there is.
That was
there's
there's
this. They're called the Slavs, and they actually have the Ukraine emblem on them. The Slavs, they're a pretty solid infantry civ. I think they're fun. So if you are looking for practice, it is a wonderful way.
Okay.
All right. PKA 630.
I just want to keep doing Indian